Meeting of the Minnehaha County Planning Commission, and I will begin with a few introductory comments. As a courtesy to everyone here tonight, please make sure that all cell phones have been silenced. Please note that tonight's Planning Commission meeting will be rebroadcast via CityLink and posted on the www.minnehahacounty.org site for viewing by the general public. Any final action taken on the conditional use permit applications tonight will take effect 5 working days following this meeting unless a written appeal of the Planning Commission's decision is filed in the Planning Office by Monday, May 1st at 5 p.m. In the event of an appeal, the decision will be referred to the County Commission for a hearing on Tuesday, May 16th at or after 9 a.m. Any appeal of the concentrated animal feeding operation conditional use permit decision will be referred to the County Commission for a hearing on Tuesday, June 6th at or after 9 a.m. The affected parties will be notified of the meeting date. Meetings of the County Commission are held in this same room. Any final action taken on the agricultural tourism application tonight will take effect 5 working days following this meeting unless a written appeal of the Planning Commission's decision is filed in the Planning Office by Monday, May 1st at 5 p.m. In the event of an appeal, the decision will be referred to the County Commission for a hearing on Tuesday, May 16th at or after 9 a.m. The affected parties will be notified of the meeting date, and meetings of the County Commission are held in this same room. Now, action taken on the zoning text amendment during the public hearing tonight is a recommendation that will be forwarded to the County Commission for another public hearing on Tuesday, May 23rd at or after 9 a.m. Meetings of the County Commission are held in this same room. First on the agenda is public input. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? At this time, the Planning Commission will consider the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are perceived to be non-controversial and meet all of the requirements of the codes and regulations. The consent agenda will be acted on in one motion with no public hearing on the items unless a member of the public, the commission, or staff requests the item be removed from the consent agenda. The minutes from the March 27th, 2023 meeting are included in the consent agenda. Next, I'll read each item on the consent agenda and ask if there are any issues or comments from the Planning Commission or the audience. If any member of the Planning Commission or audience would like to be heard on the item, please raise your hand and the item will be moved to the regular agenda to allow you to address the commission later in the meeting. Any items remaining on the consent agenda will be approved by the Planning Commission with the conditions recommended by staff. Item number 1 is the approval of the minutes of the March 27th, 2023 meeting. Item number 2 is conditional use permit 23-12 to make one building eligibility available on the property legally described as the southwest quarter. There is an exception of Lot 1 of Bodewine subdivision, end of exception. Section 28, Township 104 North, Range 48 West, that is in Logan Township. Petitioner and property owner is Dale Wynock, location 24854 480th Avenue. Item number 3 is conditional use permit 23-14 to allow a rubble dump, and that's a tree grinding operation on the property legally described as the northwest quarter. There is an exception of R-1 and except the south half of the northwest quarter and except the east 17 feet and the west 50 feet, end of exception. Section 35, Township 101 North, Range 51 West. That is in Wall Lake Township. Petitioner is Mueller Pallets, LLC. Property owner is Pine Knoll Incorporated. It's located 4 miles west of Sioux Falls, located at the intersection of 267th Street and 464th Avenue. Okay, we'll move item number 3 to the regular agenda. Item number 4 is agricultural tourism permit 23-01 to allow a farm experience on the property legally described as Lot 24, Country Gables Estates, Second Edition, Section 5, Township 101 North, Range 48 West, that is in Split Rock Township. Petitioner and property owner is Stephanie Peterson, located 8700 East Sunset Circle, that is approximately 2 miles east of Sioux Falls. Okay, we're going to move item number 3 to the regular agenda, so I'll need a motion for item number 1, 2, and 4.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion for the consent agenda of items number 1, 2, and 4. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. If your item has been approved, you're free to go. We're going to move item number 3 down to the regular agenda. Mason?
Yes. Good evening, Commissioners. Conditional use permit 2314 has been submitted to allow a tree grinding operation as a rubble dump site on the subject property. The narrative that was submitted by the petitioner explains that the site would be used to collect trees, tree branches, dimensional lumber, and other non-treated wood from the public in order to grind and move to an off-site location. The hours of operation listed in the narrative are Monday through Friday from 7 to 5 and Saturday from 7 to noon. However, they do state in the narrative that those hours could fluctuate based on if there's a natural disaster that causes excessive tree loss. The site plan also indicates that the property will be located on the west side, or excuse me, the operation will be located on the west side of the property and be accessed off of 464th Avenue. And that there will be a gated entrance to the property along with a guard shack at this, along this driveway. On April 10th, 2023, staff did conduct a site visit of the subject property in the surrounding area. As you can see here, the property is a 77-acre piece of land that is directly north of the Sioux Falls Regional Landfill and uses the same access road as the landfill. And I will mention a little bit more about that in a second. Additionally, the petitioner will be required to gain an access permit onto 464th Avenue, and that will be required before they are allowed to begin the operation. And the trees along the north property line will screen the property from the existing residential acreages to the north and northeast, as you can see that there is that subdivision there to the northeast. Additionally, allowing this operation on a vacant agricultural lot will allow for a sustainable disposal site of natural wood products that will be located in close proximity to the existing regional landfill. And then for every conditional use permit, we use 6 general criteria to evaluate the conditional use permit. So I'll go through those quickly here. So number 1 is the effect upon the use and enjoyment of the other properties in the immediate vicinity for the uses already permitted and upon property values in the immediate vicinity. Most of the land in the surrounding the subject property is either used for agriculture or is already incorporated into the Sioux Falls Regional Landfill. There are those, the residential subdivision and that residential acreage to the north, but the closest one is over 1,000 feet from the proposed operation. The effect upon the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding vacant property for uses predominant in the area. As explained, it is a vacant agricultural lot, and the proposed wood grinding operation should not have an overly negative effect on the normal and orderly development in the area, given the setbacks to the existing, to the property lines and the fact that it uses the existing access to the landfill. Number 3 is that the utilities, access roads, drainage, and/or other necessary facilities are provided. The site plan does indicate, as you can see here, that the driveway will be off of 464th Avenue, and the petitioner will need to obtain permission from the proper road authority for the placement and construction of this new driveway. Since writing the staff report, it has come to staff's attention that the city of Sioux Falls would control access onto 464th Avenue. And there has been some issues and worries from the city, and I believe they have a representative here tonight for traffic to this operation causing backup traffic at the landfill. And I will let them explain those concerns a little bit better, but that has been brought to staff's attention. Number 4 is that off-street parking and loading requirements are met. With this type of operation, most of the deliveries to the property will be for deliveries and pickup. There won't really be a need for permanent parking. But the applicant should provide a truck turnaround point for the ease of trucks to turn around within the property. Additionally, the petitioner has shown on this site plan that there will be parking spaces provided for employees, and there should be at least 2 parking spaces per 3 employees on the maximum shift, and this property is plenty large enough to satisfy that parking need. Number 3 is that measures are taken to control offensive odor, fumes, dust, noise, vibration, and lighting, so that none of these will constitute a nuisance. The grinding and processing of trees will create noise and dust that could have the potential to disturb single-family dwellings in the area. However, as stated, the nearest single-family dwelling to the operation will be over 1,000 feet away, and there is an existing shelter belt of trees along the north property line, which will screen the operation. In addition, limiting the hours of operation will also further limit these potential nuisances. And the petitioner has stated that averaged out over a year, the daily traffic to the property will be approximately 40 visits. And when comparing that to the existing landfill, that is relatively small. Number 6 is that the health, safety, general welfare of the public and the comprehensive plan. The health, safety, and general public of the public should not be negatively impacted by the proposed use, and this operation is located in close proximity to the existing Sioux Falls Regional Landfill and will provide citizens with a sustainable way to dispose of untreated wood products. And therefore, staff is recommending approval of conditional use permit 2314 with 11 conditions, and I can read those, but I'll also go through some pictures here. So this is looking to the southeast. You can see this pond here. This is kind of to the south where the operation would be. This is looking down into the landfill. So back there, that hill is the landfill. This is looking directly south along the access, and down here you can kind of see it as the gate into the landfill. And here's looking back to the northeast, which is showing generally where I'm standing on the other side of the road would be where the access to this operation would be. And you can see it's about a quarter mile south on this 464th Avenue. And then here's looking on the west side of the property. This is the Sioux Falls. I believe their gas pumps were in here when I was out there. That's what appeared to be in there for the Sioux Falls Regional Landfill. And then here's looking up at 41st Street, which is what this road turns into once you get into the city, looking to the west and then looking to the east. And you can see here that this shelter belt of trees is the ones along the north property line that would shield the operation. So yeah, with that, I'll go back up to that, and then I can read those conditions, or if you have any questions, I'm available.
Any questions for him? I guess not yet, but we might call you back. Is the petitioner here? Will you please step forward, state your name and address?
Good evening. I'm Margaret Muller. I go by Margie Muller. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about Muller Pallets. I hope you all received the video from my attorney. It's a brief overview of our company, kind of a company tour, as you may call it. We were established in 1980. My husband was 16. With a hammer and nails, he started our company in his family garage on their homestead on the T-exit. Right now, we currently have around 48 employees. They're some of the hardest working people in our industry. Community is everything to Muller Pallets. I feel like we are a good neighbor, good community leaders, just good community people. When we have a conditional use, we go by the book. Nothing is spared as far as safety or anything like that. We take this business very, very seriously. On the pallet side, well, the pallet and the grinding side, we have about 450 customers. We're probably the largest pallet recycler in South Dakota. I believe we are. But we recycle about 20,000 pallets per week. either pallets, crates. Our pallets go all over the world. Anything that you can ship, fly, boat, a pallet goes on or is crated. And then we have the grinding. And we started grinding in 2006. We mainly started making one product. I do have some product here if you guys want to see it. You can basically buy the same type of product at Home Depots. It's landscape mulch. Chad here. So if you guys want to look at the product, I'll have Chad bring that up and you can kind of look at it. We make one type of product. This product is for livestock mulch, chickens, cattle, pigs. We sell a lot of that to farmers. We sell it as a boiler fuel. And we also have used it for, or companies have bought it in cities for water filtration. Which is kind of an interesting thing. SDSU did a study and they bought many, many loads for that. So anyways, for our grinding operation, we do not charge to dump off, nor do we charge any of our communities that we also grind in. At this particular site, we would only be grinding a week here and a week there. We kind of let things kind of pile for a while and then we come in and we grind. And we are normally off to one of our, I think we're up to like 90 different communities and tree piles in 3 states. So we pull our equipment into a city, we grind, and we haul it away to our customers, and then we just go on to the next one and everybody's kind of on a rotation. And that includes our piles here in Sioux Falls. When there's a tornado or a derecho, my company drops everything. We call that city to see if they need our help. In fact, I'm a lifelong resident of Sioux Falls. When the tornado came blowing through here, we dropped everything and we went and helped the landfill clean all the tree piles in Sioux Falls. So I really do hope that you take us into consideration. My company really gives back. So we do a lot with like Honor Flight, food banks, things out at Catfish Bay. I'm kind of considered the Catfish Bay lady. I enjoy that. And so anyways, yeah, we've been kind of recycling before recycling was cool. So I will turn this over to my legal counsel. If you guys want to look at this, we do make a colored mulch as well that a lot of people buy for their landscaping. So you guys want to look at this?
Sure, bring it up, pass it around. And Madam Chair, I'll just have a quick disclosure. As Mr. Cheddar comes up, just to let my colleagues know, I did get a phone call from Mr. Cheddar with just a little bit of background on what goes into some of this processing and then that fact that they were going to be emailing us that video. So just, but basically I think you're all up to speed with the same things that we covered, but that's all I had, Madam Chair, so you can let Mr. Cheddar proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Kipley, and I would mention I spoke to Chairwoman Bonnie Duffy as well last week and addressed the same items. I'll keep my comments very short. I want to respect everybody's time this evening. I think that a reflection of this application is the fact that it was on the consent agenda. We've satisfied the requirements for the conditional use permit application. We've satisfied the 6 requirements that all of you should examine this conditional use permit application through. I think that Muller has proven to be a great community member, will stand up and meet the responsibilities that are imposed upon it. The conditions are conditions that the company is fully satisfied with and prepared to comply with. And I think that to the extent you hear some discussion points tonight, we're prepared to answer those questions, and we'll work with the city to address the traffic issues. And I think that neighbors will find that we are a great neighbor and that their desires and the incentives of the business are aligned. And I expect that in months and years ahead, they'll comment on what a great neighbor this company is. So I appreciate your consideration, and we'll stay available to answer your questions or the questions that may be raised by other members of the public tonight. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Becky?
I just want to clarify, conditional use number 2 said that the hours would be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then on some other literature we received, it said the hours would be 7 to 5, Monday through Friday, and Saturday 7 to 12. So I just wanted to clarify those hours of operation.
Our hours of operation would be that 7 to 5. If a grinder goes down or something like that, we would not be grinding past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We all want to go home too.
And then Saturday 7 to noon?
Yes.
And nothing on Sunday?
Correct.
Okay, thanks for the
Correct.
clarification.
Unless there's an emergency. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for them?
Madam Chair,
ahead.
a clarifying question. Do you currently have an operation in Lincoln County?
Yes, we do.
And this would be replacing it or in addition to the Lincoln County operation?
We're not quite sure what we're going to do with the Lincoln County one. The property owner has passed away, and so we were looking for an alternate place. So we're not quite sure if we're going to,
Well, when you're estimating, and maybe this will help us get into the traffic discussion, when you're estimating those 40 trips a day, that's if all of the trips were going to this location and the Lincoln
Correct.
County was completely down. But if you keep that one going, in theory, the 40 number would come down because some people would go to the Lincoln.
significantly.
Okay, just thank you for clarifying that.
Another thing, can I make
Yes.
one more thing about dust? I know that people are really concerned about dust. The dust is money to us. So if it's very, very windy day, I don't want my money blowing in the wind. So on windy days, we don't grind. Unless the wind is exactly the right way for the product to fall. But wet wood, for example, has very little dust anyways, but I really don't want my product blowing away.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Doug?
I got one quick question. It's pertaining, you said you let piles kind of grow, you kind of move around from site to site, correct? Okay, knowing what rodents are like, do you have a rodent control plan or a program presently in existence?
Yeah.
Okay. That was my main point to see.
Yeah, plus, we're in the ash borer thing, so we have like the Department of Agriculture, they put their little ash borer things out there, and we do put stuff out for the rodents and stuff, and we've never had an issue with it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? I guess not at this time. We may have to have you come back if there's some questions.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience care to speak to this item? Please state your name and address, sir.
Dan Brandt, 46408 267th Street. We're the acreage directly across from the proposed site. The traffic to the landfill, I mean, we're putting over the landfill already, and the traffic to the landfill already is extremely dangerous for us to get our mail, which is across the street. In the spring in particular, often we have to wait up to 5 minutes before traffic clears for us to walk across the road, to get our mail, and to walk back again. Also, this road is also 3 different school districts use the highway for their buses going back and forth, West Central, Parker, and occasionally Lennox. Not to mention all the little minivans that taking the kids to and from either preschool at these schools or kindergartens, which some of them only go half days. We deal with an excessive amount of garbage and branches in our yard and ditch from the landfill already that they won't pick up. And I know they pick up everywhere else, but instead of, not from the ditch in front of our house, because I'll take the stuff that's laying there, tires, and I figure I shouldn't have to pay at the landfill to take the tires there that aren't mine, so I take them and roll them across the street. They've been laying in my ditch for 2 months, across the street, they'll be there 45 minutes, so that tells you something there. And what I understand is these branches and things that being hauled to this proposed site would not have to be tarped. And with the loads already going to the dump with branches that are tarped, there are still a lot of branches that fall out and on the road. So my question would be is who would be picking those up from the road, because they're a hazard to driving. Also, I'm not sure how large some of their semis are. I've been told that some of their semis could haul up to 80,000 pounds, and I've been told that the load limit on that highway is 90,000 pounds. Okay, an 80,000 pound load on a semi is the load, not counting the semi and trailer, which would, probably be over the limit on the road capacity. Also, the gravel road, which would be 464th Street, which would be coming from the landfill going north, it turns to gravel. Right now, already gets a lot of traffic, people cutting across, going to the landfill. And this would just encourage even more traffic and more dust and more problem with that road. The dust from the grinder is very combustible. It's very similar to green dust. And also the landfill has an open burn where they burn off the methane in that area, and it doesn't seem like a very good combination to have that at the same location. We know that they've had numerous fires in the past from the other locations. The grinder has caught fire a few times. Also, there are piles of ground up if it gets wet from a rain or whatever. It's like any farmer, any grain will create heat if it gets wet. This will do the same thing. I know that some of the employees came to work in the morning and found that the pile was on fire because it had overheated itself. And I know she had mentioned that they leave things set to pile up. Also, along with that, if a tree or stump is too big to fit in the grinder, it's left to sit so it can rot down to be small enough to fit in there. And that can take 2 to 3 years or more, depending on the size of it, in order to be lowered down. These are information I've gotten from a relative who used to work for them. He also mentioned that the dust is quite serious because on the T location, they have gotten calls from the T airport if the wind is blowing out of the east, that they ask them to quit, because if they didn't quit grinding with the wind that direction, they'd have to close the airport because of visibilities, was what I was told. They did stop grinding at that point, but that still gives you an idea how far the dust can travel. He also mentioned that the grinder has an internal hammers that spin over at 200 miles an hour to grind up the wood. The grinder also has a built-in magnet which collects the nails and other metal objects that might possibly be in there, but it doesn't collect all of them. He has seen nails shoot out as far as 600 yards. It'd be like being shot out of a gun. He has also had a rebar not only seen it, but had it shoot out and dented the roof of his pickup, and it was 70 yards away, to give you an idea of the capacity of what it can do. We live in our home place is the home place that we all grew up on, and as well as the home to basically our extended family. We host a family reunion at our house every year with 60 to 70 people attending, and this would not be safe to do so with the dust and that type of thing. We also have a number of Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts that camp on our property, and this would not be safe for them as well with the dust. There's also a natural flow of water that goes through the middle of this property. There's a 14-inch drain tile that has been there for over 125 years. If plugged, it would flood a large farmland on the north side of the highway. The landfill has tried to stop it in the past, the flow, until I told them about the natural flow of water that is on record here at the county courthouse, and it cannot be stopped. The water drains for miles around, and it handles a lot of water. We also already have trouble growing trees. We have lost a lot of trees because of the diseased trees that go to the landfill. We've had a horticulturist tell us this is the reason why we can't grow trees in our front yard anymore, because they're constantly dying. This type of business needs to be in an area where there are not any houses around. I do have some pictures that I just took yesterday from the interstate at the T location, and I can pass those around. I also have a picture of one of their fires that they had. So, okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who cares to speak to this item? Please state your name and address.
Glen Shade, 260, 564, 464th Avenue. I'm here for two reasons. I live on 464th Avenue, a mile and a half north of the projection site here. I thank Mueller Pallets for what they do. I used to work for a company that we took product to their site. And daily, we get people that drive down our gravel road to go to the dump just because they want to take a little trip. I've had 3 instances in the last week where I've caught 2 roll-offs driving to the dump, taking the gravel roads they shouldn't be taking. I caught the city taking a load of dead fish from Family Park, just taking a road, drive down the gravel road to waste time and not use the blacktops like they're supposed to. The other reason I'm here is I'm a supervisor for Wall Lake Township, and we maintain 45 roads, miles in that township, have a limited budget to do that. It costs us $20,000 to maintain 1 mile of gravel, and just more traffic on that road would cost the township, or I don't know if we could handle that cost. So I don't want to, I'm going to stop what's going on here, but if Mueller Pallet would work with the township on dust control or something like that, we'd appreciate something like that, or some type of control there to help us out there, would help us maintain that roads too. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Please step forward, state your name and address.
Madam Chairman, I am Steve Melke. I live just half mile north of the landfill, and my farm ground is exactly what's across the highway there. So that drain that Dan was talking about, if that becomes plugged, it's going to back up. It's going to back up and flood that entire low-lying area. So I don't know what kind of equipment or whatever, if they're going to damage that tile. Again, it's just been farmed for the number of years and unsettled. So now when I hear that this is coming in, you know, anything that could damage it, who's going to be responsible to repair that? Secondly is other ones alluded to, where it's the traffic. You know, how much we're going to need to get on County Road 148 there. I mean, we got, you know, the dump, obviously, we got a lot of house residents there. We have Wildwater West that turn off on 17, with a lot of kids traveling out of town going to that facility all summer long. And then during the winters, we got the school buses. I don't know if you remember, I can't remember what year it was, but there was a proposal for a concrete recycling center, just maybe a little bit east of that. And that was denied. And that was denied because of the traffic of school buses, and I believe that had to have a turning lane built onto that. I'm sorry, I'm not, I'm just kind of going off general knowledge off of that. My late wife was spearheaded that rebellion, but anyway, that was decided on that time to cancel that conditional use permit. And I'm thinking, I'm not sure what the difference is with this one. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Glenn Furstenberg, 46524, 267th Street. Most of the stuff has been covered I was going to talk about, except for they were talking about that they could extend their hours during like storms or whatnot. That would be the same time that the landfill would also be busy. is the same time that they will be busy. Right now, in the summertime, I live like a mile and a half east of the landfill, and the traffic is already backed up on Saturdays to my driveway, and they've already stopped waiting to get into landfill. They're talking about 40 vehicles a day. I'm not sure what kind of vehicles they are. Most of the vehicles I'm assuming that they get are not just pickup and trailers. I'm assuming they're the big trucks. And I'm really concerned about if an emergency vehicle needs to get through on a 2-lane county road, I'm not sure how they're gonna get through. The other thing is that, we live on that road, and how do we ever get out of our driveway if we have an emergency? Thank you, that's all I have.
Chet Hofer, 26662 465th Avenue. So I'm a little ways away. My concern is the debris on 41st Street all the way along. The trucks going to the landfill are supposed to be covered, but there is an awful lot of stuff. And if you would go and travel 41st headed east in the morning when the sun is coming up, you can see all those plastic bags and everything like this. There's been tires and wood and everything else strewn along the highway. Another question I do have is that a registered water deal? That's a question that I have. If that's, what do they call that? Wetland, yeah, thank you. That's a question. Has that been addressed? That's a question I have. So, but nails from the pallets and branches from an uncovered truck is going to be very, very serious on that road. Thank you.
Hi, Grant Edgecombe, 26685 Day Spring Circle. We're the next, it's on the top of the map, Day Spring. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 homes on that road. And so what we've heard tonight was profitability for Muller Pallet, profitability for the city of Sioux Falls, and they're there to make money and to grow. And for us, it is an expense with trash that's in the ditches, trash that's on the road, broken, cracked windshields from debris coming off of the different trucks that go in and out from their tires that's on the road. I have a Sam's Club membership solely because tire repair. Damage to the sidewalls, and I'm just one person out of all the people that travel. Damage to the sidewalls can't be fixed. Then it's a tire replacement. And so all the people along there, the neighbor on the very first lot on Day Spring on the west side, trash all the time in his ditches. Now, I don't know if Mueller is going to add to that. I talked to them. I know they have a personal solution. I don't know if they'll share it tonight. But it's just the expense. For them, it's profitable. For us, it's an expense. And it doesn't ever get addressed. You call and talk about the stuff that's on the road, and you get the government shuffle. Oh, it's not us. You have to call the township. The townships, no, it's not us. It's the city. It's the county. Oh, you better call the sheriff's department. Well, they can't do anything unless they actually see it. So then it's just all there to accumulate all year long. Just one other last question. you're giving a conditional use permit and it's ag land, but the operation is commercial? Is that my understanding? That's a question, not just a statement. So that's just a little bit. Hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Anyone else care to address this item?
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Peterson. I'm the Environmental Services Manager for the City of Sioux Falls. And I just wanted to address some of the comments that were made that the city had shared with the planning staff about the traffic concerns that we had. I did want to just start by saying we've had a good relationship with Mueller Pallets. They've been a good business. They've worked well with the city on cleanup of debris and recycling of trees. So I wanted to share that they've been a good partner with the city of Sioux Falls for years. It's just that we do have some concerns with the traffic impacts that we could see some potential with the plan that they've proposed. I don't know if you're aware, but the regional landfill is currently working on an upgrade to our scale house facilities. We're actually going to construct a brand new scale house and some new lanes for the public and commercial traffic to come into the landfill. What that's going to do, we actually are constructing the new facility to the north of the existing facility, and that's going to decrease the amount of queue length that we have there along 464th Avenue there for traffic coming in. On our peak days, we have up to 1,400 vehicles a day, and to accommodate that, we need about 1,300 feet of length of queue from the front end of that scale house. Where this driveway is proposed and with the planned scale house that we're going to construct, that queue length is going to get beyond that driveway. So that on those peak days, and that's just average peak days, we are going to be blocking that access. And then another comment I think another one of citizens made was, because we're a similar type of operation, when we do have those natural events, they're getting increased traffic above and beyond what they would normally get. The landfill is as well, so it's just going to compound on those types of days. So just wanted to share that we do have those concerns of sharing that access off of 464th, and it would be something we would really want to have ironed out before we would entertain a proposal to allow an easement across the 17-foot property that we have along that road. Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I ask a question
Go
of
ahead.
the city? What are, in our 7-day week, what are your peak days or peak seasons, or just give me a sense for what peak means to you?
It varies. The summertime is our peak. It's when we'll have the free pass to the landfill that goes out to not only Sioux Falls, but many of the communities in the 5-county region. You'll see additional peaks in the spring as people are cleaning up the trash and debris from the winter, and you also see that in the fall as well as people are kind of cleaning up before the winter season. So you'll see kind of peaks, but mainly it's in the summer, and then you'll also see the weekends as well as when people are have the time to come out to the landfill.
And then just to clarify, you said, was it about 1,400 visits a day?
1,400 is our peak. That's not the average, but we do see that on a fairly regular basis when we are getting those high demand at times.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for him?
I got one little
Doug?
one. How many more years are you going to be at the landfill?
It's a good question. We've got the next 30 to 40 for sure. I think with the land that we do have currently, and then we would look to see if there's opportunities to expand after that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else have any questions for him? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I get to ask any questions?
Oh,
I'm not the board.
Hi, Scott Whitrock, Dayspring Circle. I'm probably the next closest house.
Please speak into the microphones.
I'm probably the next closest property or home to the proposed site. And as my neighbor said, we deal constantly with trash, debris, trees now in our yards that we're picking up. We picked up medical waste the other day. You know, frankly, our elected officials and the officials at the landfill are failing us. Constantly drive that road. It's nothing but plastic, trees, other garbage for 4 miles. And that's not counting what's on Highway 42 getting there. You know, I visited with the Mueller people, did a lot of research. Their operation seems fine, but they can't control what's between them and where the loads are coming from. You know, great people. I have, you know, no doubt that they'll do what they say they're going to do. It's the people that are hauling to them. Same people that are hauling to the landfill. So that's my concerns. Traffic, I'd be absolutely against it if they don't get access off of 464.
okay. Anyone else care to address this item?
I've got a long list, but most of it's been covered.
State your name and address, please.
Mark Scott, 26693 Valdez, so we're right off the northeast corner of the landfill, right off the proposed site. I think one big thing that hasn't been addressed is noise pollution. They're running that grinder daily, I think what I understood. I don't think that's been addressed, what kind of noise we're gonna be putting up with. A lot of people, including my wife, are home during the day, outside during the summertime. They're not gonna wanna be out there if they're listening to noise. My other question, was there supposed to be a notice posted around the perimeter of that property for this?
There was one on the fence on 464 that I found.
Okay, I looked yesterday, didn't see anything, and
It's a green sign. It was hard to see.
okay. All right, well, my big question is the noise pollution. We need to find out what those decibels are gonna be and how loud that's gonna be. Thank you.
Anyone else care to address this item?
I'm Shelley Whitrock on Dayspring Circle there. My husband just spoke, but my concern is if the loads are not like strapped down or covered. I've been trying to mow at times, and sometimes with the traffic there, it's hard enough the way it is. We've had garage door panels fly off while we're mowing. I don't want to try to mow and have a tree stump come. Besides, we have to pick up everything before we can mow, before whatever. So that's just my big concern is everything would have to be tarped and strapped down super well, and then the traffic is already enough. So those are just my concerns.
Can I add to my statement before? I think I might have left off broken windshields. I currently have 2 that have happened along that very same stretch of 4 miles from 17 to 464. And then there have been times when 41st Street has been shut down for a variety of reasons. And I don't know, the township representative might have said this, I couldn't hear his statement. But then that drove all of the heavy trucks down the gravel roads, and they found that they could drive from Highway 42 and hit 464 and then come right down one of the persons, Steve Milkey testified, and it's right in front of his place, and they have really destroyed the roads. And it's another expense on us because I live in that township, so then there's more road work, road grader work, gravel work, and there's washboards that have happened, and from the trucks stopping at the corner in front of Dan's house, there are deep indentations from where they stop, which makes the road really, and that's not your guys' concern because it's another government entity. But just wanted to add those things, and just so to reiterate, it is an expense for all of us and profitable for the companies. You'll have to decide. Thank you.
Anyone else care to address this item?
Phyllis Doobie, 46470 Inca Drive. My concern is the traffic, and it's not only going to be 267th Street, it's going to be the Wall Lake Road, it's going to be Highway 17, and a lot of the young people use 267th Street, 41st Street to get to Wall Lake in the summertime. And with the heavy loads on the garbage trucks as it is when you're going west on 267th, when you get to the landfill, the road just washboards, it just ripples because on the brakes. And I've come down 267th Street many times. I've had the general public, and I've also had garbage trucks pull right out in front of you to where you have to slam on your brakes so you don't rear end them. Because they don't think they have to stop there. And is that gonna be with people that's hauling to Mueller pallet? Are they gonna think that way too? And the garbage. I'm really sad to say I live on that highway because it's such a dump.
If I could add one thing with what has been said, sorry, I lost my whole train of thought. I know the city addressed that the traffic in high peak areas can back up. In the spring, in particularly, we have had where the traffic is backed all the way up from the landfill and all the way down 41st Street or 267th Street past our house at a complete standstill waiting to get in. We've also had trouble getting out of our driveway because of that at times. So, and that happens several times, but spring is the worst, and like he said, fall is second. Sorry, I got up here and I totally forgot my train of thought, so sorry. Oh, yes, thank you. This is a bit of a side note. Is there any way of doing an ordinance or anything that could stop the Jake brakes? The Jake brakes are absolutely horrendous. And I realize that maybe isn't, this issue, but that is something that's probably going to add to it. And because they are bad, our house will just shake when they use them. And, wife is watching grandkids and they'll actually wake them up. And I know Steve has mentioned he lives over half a mile away and he can hear them clear down there. So that happens a lot. All right, thank you.
Just one more note. They seem to think that the residential houses out there are minimal. Well, if you count Country Villa, Day Spring, and you go south on 465th Avenue, that's well over 70 residential houses that are going to be affected by the noise and the dust, because they're all within a half a mile of the proposed site where they want to grind. So we'll all be affected by the dust and the noise. And that's a lot of residential houses to be affected. Thank you.
I just want to comment as well. We also live on Day Spring Circle, and we've been there just under 25 years. And I
your name,
appreciate
please.
their interest in
get
wanting
your
to
name?
develop their business as
State
well.
your name, please, and tell us
Carrie
your address.
Stiles. However, out in the prairie land where obviously most of us do live, if they're not going to be grinding on windy days, I think that that's far-fetched to say that we don't have windy days out there almost every day. And I understand that there's the tree line there to try to diminish that, but realistically, those small particles of dust are going to be so dangerous, commenting on what she had said for all those homeowners that live there. We won't be able to have our windows open in the summertime. And again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful to you. However, anytime somebody's done worked with a saw or something, that's the fine sand that you're going to have in the air, and it always blows in the summertime from the southeast to the west, so it is going to hit that whole development. Additionally, and as Grant had mentioned, all of the traffic with the landfill already, adding the Muller's pallets, even though they have the magnetic system in their grinders, that doesn't eliminate all of those nails and all of that metal work that's hitting the highway on their way to the landfill. And so whether it's going to affect their vehicles or the current trash receptacle or trash vehicles or our personal vehicles. And as Grant had said, we just get bombarded on our vehicles and whether it's windshields or tires or whatever. But I think predominantly, the main thing is the dust is going to just harm a lot of people with their breathing. That's all. Thank you.
Anyone else care to address this item? Please state your name and address.
My name is Brian Smith. I live at 4900 South Kalen Place in Sioux Falls. I'm the commercial real estate agent that's been helping the Mueller family try to find a replacement property for them to hold their wood yard. And I understand people's emotional feelings about the trash and the things that are currently problems with the road going out to the landfill. But I think I'm a numbers and a math person. And so if we think about it from a numbers standpoint, if the Muellers are averaging 40 vehicles a day compared to 1,400 vehicles that are already going to the landfill, that's less than 3%. And so I can't stand here and say that, there's never going to be a branch that falls off of a trailer or a pickup that are taking, wood to the wood yard. But if we're only seeing an increase in traffic by 3%, I don't know if that's enough to hardly even notice the difference. I've searched Lincoln County and Minnehaha County for appropriate sites for the wood yard. As soon as I saw this property, it seemed pretty clear to me that this would be a close to ideal location because of the line of trees separating the highway and the residential homes to the north. The fact that the woodyard location is going to be tucked up against the west side of the property and predominantly winds in South Dakota blow from the northwest to the southeast. So on days when the wind is blowing from the northwest to the southeast, the dust will be blowing into the landfill. At least part of the dust will be blowing into the landfill. This is a business that needs to be able to operate. They provide a service, and they don't charge anyone dropping off wood at their location. It's $25 to drop off a load of wood at the Sioux Falls landfill, and it's free to drop it off at the Mueller Pallets wood yard. I think they provide a very beneficial service to the community, and we need to have them operating somewhere. And I've spent many, many hours looking for a better location than this and have struggled to find any other alternative locations that are as good or better than this location. One last thing that I'd like to say about the concerns that people had about the tile line that's running through the property. I don't know the exact location of the tile line, but I believe that it is visibly, you can see kind of where the low area of the field in the middle of the field is. The east edge of the area that Muellers are going to be utilizing for their wood yard is over 400 feet away from what looks to be the location of the tile line. Now, I apologize. I'm not speaking in exact figures because I don't know the exact location of the tile line, but the equipment from Muellers shouldn't ever cause a problem with any of the existing tile and create any issues with any of the drainage to the north because they're not operating over the top of that tile line.
If I could address where the tile line is, I helped. About 55 years ago, it had plugged under the highway when they paved, well, I think it's 41st Street, when they paved the highway. And it had plugged the next summer under that. And the field to the north backed up for 2 years before my father could get it unplugged underneath the highway. The county at that time wouldn't let him dig the road up, which I understand, to fix it, but by backwashing it, he finally got it out. And I can tell you more in the field, but from the picture, it would be as where it says subject line, it comes down to the point, it would be west of that what looks like a wet spot. It's more towards, what I'm picturing is more towards the west side of that is where it comes in. It's not where that dark line comes in, because I know it's a lot farther west than that. So if that helps.
Anybody else care to address this item?
I'd just like to mention that it's been brought up a couple times, the grove of trees or the tree line there, that end of the tree line is fair at best. You know, the realtor's probably been looking at it in the winter. If you go by it in the summer, it's fair at best and would definitely need some restoration if that's a reasoning factor in putting it there.
My name is Diane Edgecombe, and I live on Day Spring Circle, which is the housing development. I guess it's pretty well seen over there. When we purchased our property from the Brants, we'd been there about 30 years. It was a beautiful location. We had amazing sunsets. Well, and it's not Mueller Pallets' fault, but the city landfill, we now have about a 30-foot tall mound of garbage that impedes the beauty that we had when we first lived out there. And like I said, it's not Mueller Pallets' fault, but I guess I'm not understanding why they're not leaving their grinding operation where it currently is instead of disrupting like our communities. The line of trees that was spoken about, as they said, I don't think that's part of the city. I think that belongs to the the landowner that farms next to it, and it's in very bad repair. It would need to be replaced and restored if that was supposed to be what separates us from the noise. And again, I'm concerned about the noise as well. And I guess I feel really bad for the Brants because that's their farm, that's their parents' farmstead. I remember speaking to Dan's parents, and they literally trucked their house in by railroad and had that house constructed on that site. And it's nothing like what it should have been before the landfill entered it. And I mean, I know everybody has to have garbage, but they literally, the city landfill now has garbage come from all over. It's not just Minnehaha County, it comes from everywhere. So it's really gotten out of hand. And again, I guess my concern is that wetland piece that they've been speaking about. I don't think there's anybody else that gets to disrupt a wetland. That will back up that whole area. The water that flows through the Brant's property comes all the way over from Wall Lake, which is several miles away, and it curves through that whole community and goes down past Wildwater West. So we're talking if that gets plugged up, it's going to disrupt a lot of the people that lives over on the Dayspring, not Dayspring, but the next one over. It'll disrupt a lot of community. So thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, I'd look to maybe a rebuttal from the petitioner, and let's
Yes.
just wrap this up.
Yes, I agree. Would you care to step forward and, Paul, maybe address any of those questions that were brought up?
Certainly will do my best. There's a lot of complaints about the landfill tonight, and a few comments about our existing operation. My clients are unaware of the airport dust issue, the airport being directly to the west and the prevailing winds. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. There are currently 3 grinders operating on the city's landfill property. We heard nothing tonight about the operation of those 3 machines creating anything extra or unique relative to the complaints that the neighbors brought forward. So I think that's important. I also think it's important that as to issues of noise and dust, we're forgetting the distance that's in play here. Your ordinances and your rules provide a standard by which you evaluate that. We're more than 1,000 feet from the nearest home, triple that, double that at least from the homes further to the east. The tree line immediately to the north may not be ideal, but most of the homes and the people you've heard from tonight are again further to the east from the site. The subject property, just to make clear to those of you who are making a decision tonight, that's not the entirety of the location of the operation. The operation is going to be the 625 feet closest to that west road. So we're not going to be within a third of a mile or more from the homes to the northeast. The city's comments, one of the conditions that this is being proposed subject to tonight is working with the city on access. So that's a necessary issue that we're going to have to resolve before we can even proceed with this location based upon the staff's proposed conditions for the conditional use. We'll resolve that with the city or we won't, but either way, that's going to be a critical item. It's not a reason for you to not approve the conditional use permit tonight. We recognize there's issues to work through with the city. I think Brian Smith's comments are important. We're talking about less than 3%, 2.8%, 40 additional vehicles on their peak traffic days. So less than 3% on their peak days, and there might be 10 peak days or 15 peak days. It's sort of irrelevant, but you're not going to see a material change in what's happening in that location with a less than 3% increase in the traffic. And the other thing that's different from the Muller's use of the property versus the landfill is the Mullers have every incentive to get and keep all of the wood products on their site. The landfill doesn't have that same incentive. The landfill, they don't care how much you bring or don't bring, how much you lose along the way. But the Mullers have an incentive to keep the dust to the extent there is dust on their site so that they can monetize it. And they have an incentive to be a good neighbor. And I think that once the operation is functioning, the neighbors will experience that same thing. Those are my general comments. There were a lot of other issues that were brought up. I think those are the issues that are most poignant. But if you have other questions, I don't want to step down without answering other questions that are in your mind.
Madam Chair, I'd
Go ahead,
just ask
Joe.
Mr. Cheddar to maybe address noise. Maybe I missed that, but could you speak to noise generally?
Certainly. And Margie, if you want to step in and speak to that as well, I'd appreciate that and welcome it.
I can. Obviously, the grinders make noise. Like I said, out of every month, we're there about 1 week a month grinding. The rest of the month, and sometimes we're there 2 weeks a month, but as a rule, we're there about a third of the year working days. In saying that, we go to all these other communities, tree piles, we're constantly on the road, but this will be a manned site. We check our loads as far as nails, everything is recycled. Of all 48 of my employees, all we have per week is a small container of trash. We recycle cardboard, wood, nails, you name it. I have never seen nails shoot across roads. We've never had any of that. I don't even know what the fire is that you're looking at. Have we had a fire on a grinder? Yes, we have. Most people that have owned a grinder do have fires, but we take every step possible not to have one of those.
Do you have complaints about noise at your current location?
We've never had a complaint over noise.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for them? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to close the floor. I think we've heard enough comments. Commissioners?
Well, Madam Chair, I think one thing came through clear in the comments is kind of more of a broader indictment in general of what we've got on the way out to the landfill, and I don't know that I can hold that against Mueller Pallets. If anything, I think they might be in a position to show what a good neighbor in a similar industry can do and have the incentive to regulate that a little bit tighter. I will be making note of this to have a conversation with the city on this matter. I think that is, I think that's helpful feedback as a general matter, but I see this, again, the marginal increase, like we talked about with the traffic and other issues, that this being in that range of a nominal percentage increase. I think the service to the community outweighs those marginal impacts, and I think the community feedback we got today is helpful to potentially mitigate some of those other impacts and make a real difference for the community members here. I don't think Mueller Pallets is the problem. So that's where I'm coming from on it.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I'm going to agree with Commissioner Kipley on this. I think some of this traffic's going to be here. If it ain't going to Mueller Pallets, I think it's going to end up in the dump site anyway. So I'd probably be in favor of this tonight.
Doug?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to echo what Joe and Ryan said. With the city landfill, they're going to be at least another 30 to 40 years. 3% is, or less than 3% is not very much in the whole grand scheme of everything.
Anyone else?
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve.
Madam Chair, can I have one clarification?
Sure.
We
go
talked earlier in the meeting about amending point number 2 to have the hours changed in reference to some other documentation here, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday and 7 to noon on Saturday. I just want to confirm whether or not that is your motion.
Yeah, I guess we hadn't made that amendment, and I think that's probably seen as a friendly amendment since the petitioner did state that as their hours. So I'll modify my motion to make the approval of the conditional use permit with the following 11 conditions as modified. Condition number 2 as 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday and 7 a.m. to noon on Saturday. Did I get that one right?
Correct.
That's my motion.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion and second to approve conditional use permit 23-14. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We'll move on to number 5. That is conditional use permit 23-15 to allow a Class C beef CAFO on the property legally described as Tract 4, Larson's Addition, South Half, Southwest Quarter, Section 3, and the North Half, Southwest Quarter, Section 10, Township 101 North, Range 47 West. That is in Valley Springs Township. Petitioner and landowner is John Zomer. 26326 487th Avenue is the location. Scott?
Thank you, Scott Anderson. I will be presenting this tonight on behalf of Kevin, who is unable to be here tonight. The request you have before you tonight is for a Class C CAFO, and this is property that's located very close to Valley Springs. The request is to allow approximately 1,000 animals. It's would be just under, would be the 999. So a Class C CAFO is between 250 up to 990 units. The barn, there's currently an existing CAFO there. The applicant is asking to expand that. This proposal would include includes a 50-foot by 400-foot barn near the applicant's petitioner's residence, and this is approximately 1,000 feet south of the municipal limits of Valley Springs. The petitioner has submitted a narrative, a site plan, which was created by an engineering company, and they also submitted a copy of a resolution from Valley Springs Board of Commissioners to allow a Class C CAFO to be located closer than the 1/2 or the 3,960 feet setback for a second-class municipality as required in our zoning ordinance. The current property is being used to confine some beef cattle in several pens, and the applicant has indicated that this number has been at 250, but looking back at the historical imagery, we were not able to verify that there was ever more than the number of units, more than the 50, which would be the smaller, the Class D. So if this permit is not approved, the applicant would have to comply with no more than 250 animal units of a Class D CAFO. So with that being the situation, there's several elements that we'd like to look at. The first situation is the size of the CAFO. The narrative would indicate that the CAFO and the barn would not hold more than 1,000 head of cattle. Each cattle is calculated as one animal unit, so the applicant is requesting 999, which is the less than the 1,000. The CAFO is not located over any known shallow aquifer, and which would require a state permit. The site plan is an important requirement of a conditional use permit, and it lists several elements for which a general CUP and specifically a CAFO needs to meet. And we have reviewed those. It does include the address and the legal description. It provides the name of the project and the business. There's the north arrow. It does give the location of all existing and proposed buildings. There's 2 existing sheds, a hoop barn, and a single-family dwelling. In addition, the existing pens for the feedlot are indicated on the site plan. The proposed barn is shown on the site plan with rows of dots representing trees shown on the north and northwest sides of the new building. The property recently had 2 building permits approved for an ag and commodity storage. These are not included on the site plan, but they are not used for animals or the manure storage. The dimensions of the building are provided and listed on the site plan as 50 by 400, A 50-foot manure holding area is shown on the east side of the building. No existing buildings on the site plan have dimensions. The distance from all buildings to the property lines to the closest point. The site plan indicates that these setbacks for the proposed buildings to various nearby locations. The ordinance requires the CAFO to be set back 50 feet from all property lines. The proposed barn will meet all property line setbacks, and the existing pens are greater than 50 feet from any property owned by a separate owner. Next are the building heights and number of stories. Neither the site plan nor the narrative indicate the height or the stories of the barn. The number of stories is likely to be 1 for ease of manure management. The style of construction is yet to be determined, and the narrative explains that a hoop barn style is likely. The dimensions of the property lines are provided. Parking has been required, or has been shown. And the property will have direct access off of County Highway 103, which is also known as 47th Avenue. And the property is large enough to allow for parking, loading, and maneuvering. So no parking or loading will be required or would be allowed within the right-of-way. The next element we look at is screening, including the height and location of materials to be used. The site plan, submitted site plan includes a proposed tree belt on the north and northwest sides of the barn, and the narrative further explains that the trees will be planted according to NRCS guidelines. The species of trees are not indicated. However, the Minnehaha Conservation District provides expertise on planting trees based on the availability. 5 rows of trees will be required to reduce the setback distances to the nearest dwelling to the east. The current layout of trees does not meet this requirement, and the trees will need to extend between the barn and the closest dwelling to the east, and that condition has been included in the conditions of approval. The names and locations of all adjacent streets and alleys and waterways and other public places. The site plan shows County Highway 103. The nearest waterway is an intermittent stream to the southwest of the site. The waterway is shown to be approximately 520 feet from the proposed barn. The south confinement lot, which has already been built, is located approximately 50 feet from a small reservoir of the intermittent stream. The county ordinance requires that the minimum CAFO maintain a 100-foot distance from that intermittent stream. The CAFO as built does not meet that requirement, and we are recommending that the entire CAFO facility be brought into compliance to meet that 100-foot setback. The nearest public park and school is within Valley Springs, which is approximately 4,000 feet to the northeast and 3,000 feet respectively between the school and the public park. This meets the requirements for a Class C CAFO. A cemetery, there's an existing cemetery that's slightly more than a quarter mile northeast of the proposed barn. A landscaping plan has been provided to assist in the dispersal of odor. This includes proposed tree belts on the north and west side of the barn. The tree belt needs to extend further to the east in order to separate the nearest dwelling from the northeast. The ordinance requires a setback distance of 1,320 feet from the CAFO to any dwelling. That setback requirement can be reduced by half if 5 rows of trees are planted and maintained between the CAFO and the residence. The nearest residence is 1,060 feet to the northeast, so trees will need to be planted between the CAFO and the residence in order to meet that setback, and that is included in the conditions of approval. A grading plan is designed to help keep the pens and solid waste containment areas dry. The animals will be kept inside the proposed structure on a deep pack bedding system, and the manure will be held on the east side of the barn. Our GIS indicates that this slopes generally and that the water would flow to the south of the site towards the intermittent stream, and that flows to the west. And then finally, the location and the description of the animal waste facilities and structures. The narrative indicates that only one manure containment facility as bed pack manure must be contained on the site, where it will be generated and cannot be brought off the site unless it's being incorporated within 24 hours off of this delivery. The narrative explains that the manure will be applied as fertilizer according to DEANR rules. So in relation to the site plan, the 999 animal unit operation will require a 1,320-foot buffer from a church, dwelling, or a business, and that buffer may be reduced by half if there are five rows of trees planted according to the ordinance. The site plan submitted does provide that, and that would be able to reduce the setback. The trees need to be planted between the proposed barn and the dwelling in order to get that reduced setback. The zoning ordinance also includes a requirement for new CAFOs to be set back from a municipality boundaries, and the required setback for the municipality can be reduced if the governing municipal government passes a resolution supporting the reduction, and the petitioner has submitted a copy of that resolution, which is in your packet, from the Valley Springs Board of Commissioners, that they did waive the setback for the proposed CAFO, and that resolution was passed unanimously. The CAFO is located slightly, or is approximately 1,000 feet from the southernmost portion of Valley Springs, although development within the city is further away than that 1,000 feet. In addition to the site plan elements, the application for the CAFO is required to submit a manure management plan and a dead animal disposal plan. The applicant describes the manure management plan using that deep bed pack, and to be applied according to the DANR requirements. And there's no explanation of when the manure would be removed for land application. Dead animals would be stored to the south of the barn until a rendering service picks them up, and that would be their plan for dead animal disposal. So there are several criteria that we look at for a conditional use permit. We look at the surrounding uses and how this might impact them. And I have indicated that the CAFO is located close to Valley Springs, the city of Valley Springs, and they have signed a waiver reducing that. Trees would benefit the development of the area by providing some buffer. We look at the effect, number two, the effect upon the normal and orderly development and growth of the surrounding property, vacant properties. The CAFO is located south of Valley Springs, about 2,000 feet from residential houses, but closer to the city limits. And change to this area would likely happen within the incorporated areas of Valley Springs and lead to future annexations to the south. A development of residential units is currently being constructed to the northwest of the proposed CAFO within the city limits. When fully developed, many more residential houses will be located near the CAFO, and I think that's something to consider. However, they have signed that waiver, and it is important to know that Valley Springs does have a lot of floodplain to the north and northwest, so the growth of Valley Springs will occur to the south. The property, number three, is located on has access to a paved county highway, and there are already utilities existing for the property. The applicant does meet the parking and loading requirements, and the number five, we look at the effect or what measures would be taken to control offensive noises, fumes, dust, odors, vibrations, and lighting. This is a tricky issue because by nature, CAFOs and agriculture production does lead to some odors, noise, and dust. But depending on the size of the style of the barn, the lighting, the hoop barn is a type of building which petitioners use often, and it is lit up, so there is going to be some potential light. The site plan indicates that trees will be planted on the north and northwest sides of the west sides of the barn. And as I've stated several times, those trees will need to be extended to the east to reduce the setback to the nearest neighbor to the northeast. And it will take some time for those trees to grow to become effective in reducing nuisances such as noise, lighting, and smells. And then finally, we look at the health, safety, and welfare of the public and the general and the comprehensive plan. And this is in very close proximity to Valley Springs, but this area is designated as an agricultural production area in our comprehensive plan. And the agriculture production area has the development outlook to protect and preserve and promote agricultural areas. So the proposed ordinance meets the requirements with some modifications as we indicated, which are included in the conditions of approval. We are recommending approval because of the proposal meets the minimum ordinance requirements. However, I think we want to note that staff does have concerns that the project is within close proximity to Valley Springs, and should the city of Valley Springs not have supported the waiver to reduce the setbacks, the project would not be possible. We would not have supported this. So they did get the waiver. Staff's recommending approval of conditional use permit 2315 with 8 conditions. And I think there are some pictures that Kevin took, and I'll go through those, but Mason, if you'd scroll through those. I was not on the site, so it might be a little bit more difficult for me to say where they were actually taken from, but let's look through them. Okay, with that, I would try to answer any questions if you have them, and I think there might be some public here that would like to testify.
Any questions for him? Joe?
Madam Chair, I'd just ask a general question when we're dealing with these setbacks, this buffer. How do you measure the distance from the CAFO to a particular residence?
Well, we have a measuring tool on our GIS system that will allow us to measure distance from point A to point B.
And is that from the proposed location of the barn to the parcel line?
To the residence. We measure to the residence.
To the structure?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, it says in our packet that the action by the city of Valley Springs was in June of 2022.
Yes.
So that's coming up on almost a year old. Is that normal when we're doing these types of waivers, or do you have any, I know maybe Kevin has more insight, or maybe
Well,
the
I do
petitioner
have some
has more
insight on this.
Okay.
They had applied a year ago, and in June, actually, and they had an incomplete application, and so we had been working with them to complete their application. And so they had gotten approval, and then it took them a while to finally get the site plan and all the information to us.
Okay, that's all I needed for now. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Oh, that's all you had, okay. Anyone else have any questions for him? Guess not at this time. Is the petitioner here? Will you please step forward, state your name and address?
Good evening, Commissioners. John Heber, represent petitioner, and John and Stacy Zomer. With me on the phone is attorney Brian Donahoe, who could not be here tonight, but wishes to make a statement into the mic if I could, and then after Brian, we'll turn it over to John Zomer, who will have a few comments to make as well. So with that, here you are, Brian.
Thank you very much. Members of the commission, I am not able to be there in person today because I'm out of state for a matter that had been scheduled for tomorrow. It's still going on tomorrow, but it got moved up in time and I could not make travel arrangements work out to be in Sioux Falls tonight. So I am addressing some things by way of background because I've had the privilege of representing this family farm operation as they approached the city of Valley Springs and obtained the waiver that was just described by staff. And I just want to elaborate a little bit on the background there and explain that the part of the reason why it's been almost a year since we've had the approval of that waiver by resolution of the city council or city commission was because of the fact that during this process, unfortunately, I changed my career path slightly and I shut down my practice in Sioux Falls and moved to a law firm in Minneapolis. And that took place during the time when we were trying to make some of those changes that the staff has talked about to get things to be complete and address all concerns that had been raised by the county planning and zoning personnel. So in that sense, we were trying to ensure that we were in compliance with all of the regulations and requirements here. And part of the issue that came up was the dispute or the difference of opinion in regard to the understanding of the applicants on their Class C CAFO status. And we have, for the purposes of this application, decided that it's not worth arguing about this particular issue because the bottom line here is that this permit, if applied for and granted, will resolve any disputes about compliance with the zoning ordinance and regulations. What I can say is that the Zomers bought this property with the understanding and expectation that this was, in fact, a livestock operation that had been for a long period of time, an operation that included cattle and some other animals and was consistently in excess of the 250 animal units that would comprise a Class D concentrated animal feeding operation under the current regulations. Regardless of the potential non-compliance with their operation, the fact of the matter is that when they approached the city of Valley Springs, they made it very clear that they considered themselves to be within the Class C size for animal units. And we told everyone that we were at approximately 450, that's 450 head of cattle. It's been a very long period of time now that they operated at that level and they continue to operate at that level, and they've never had a complaint from anyone that we're aware of. Based on that, we did present to the city of Valley Springs and obtained the resolution which does allow them to go forward with the proposal here that the staff is recommending for approval with these conditions. I would just point out that when we got ready for this final hearing here, or I should say the hearing with that we're here before the commission on tonight, of course, we did everything required by the ordinance, which includes providing a certified letter to the folks who live within 1/2 mile of the proposed operation. And there's quite a few folks that responded to that. They raised some concerns with the city of Valley Springs, and we presented those particular concerns and addressed them with the city. Recent meetings by the city have addressed this issue, and there has been no attempt by the city, or I shouldn't say attempt, there's been no decision by the city to take away the resolution that was addressed recently, and the city decided that they would not take away that resolution. It is still effective, and we are prepared to go forward tonight on that basis. So I will stop talking about this other than to just simply say that this does in fact meet the requirements of the ordinance and is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the production of agriculture here for this family farm operation. It's necessary for them to be able to go forward with the operation and their long-term plan and the next generation that is going to be living on this farm and expects to be able to cooperate and coordinate things with their neighbors and be a good citizen and member of the community. So unless there are any questions for me right now, I'll simply stop, let the folks who are actually there physically present go forward.
With that, we'll have John, if you'd like to say anything.
I'm okay right now. I'll probably wait till.
Sure.
Whatever, unless they have questions for me right now, then
You need to come to this, you need to come to the podium and state who you are, sir, and your address too.
Good evening. My name is John Zomer. I reside at 26326 487th Avenue, Valley Springs, South Dakota. And I am the petitioner for tonight's conditional use permit. And if anybody has any questions for me at this moment, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I may have some remarks a little bit later.
Madam Chair. They talked a little bit about the manure storage plan would be to the east of the proposed barn, but that there is some drainage towards the stream. What kind of plans are there then to mitigate the drainage from the manure that's waiting to be hauled?
Sure.
So it doesn't just drain to the stream?
Yeah, sure. So one of two things, we'll either do a indoor manure storage in this same building, or if we're allowed, it may be an outdoor storage that would be on a cement containment area, where obviously we'll have the cement graded so that any moisture runs into the storage area rather than out. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for him right now?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Adam.
Just wondering, is this going to be, you going to be feeding fat cattle in there? Is it going to be for calving, or how is it going to be?
Yeah, so.
Going to be exactly.
Yeah. So we're primarily cow-calf, beef cow-calf operation. And where this all started was back in 2019, with all the storms and snow and mud and so forth. We had 30 to 40% death loss that spring. And because of the elements we had to deal with. And so we have been wanting to put up a barn ever since then, to calve in the spring of the year, okay? We do have 1,000 acres of grass that we summer our cows on out west, north of, between Chamberlain and Highmore, South Dakota, that we own. In the interim, there's not that much money in cow-calf operation, so we're not able to pay for a barn with just calving. So yes, we plan to feed cattle in there in the off calving season, some of which will be our own home-raised cattle, and some of which will be acquired. And we do bring them to finish, whether purchased or home-raised. Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ryan.
It was probably said, but will this eliminate all the outside yards, is that correct? No. It won't? No. No, the barn, if we put up a 400-foot barn, you need, in order to finish cattle, if we choose to finish cattle in it, we need, is it a foot per head? Roughly, we need a foot per head of bunk space in order for the cattle to have enough bunk space to come up. And so that'd be 400 head, okay?
Anyone else? I guess not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Anybody else care to speak to this item? Please state your name and address.
Wendy Reeder, 505 Southside Valley Springs. I just have a few things that I've either heard from other people that have been mentioned. I was not able to attend last Monday's meeting. One of my main concerns is I have smelled them. We have heard them. No, we've not complained because we didn't know there was a big operation out there. When you drive by, you really don't notice how many are out there at a time. And adding to that will bring more smell. The day I received my certified letter, I went to open my south window. 5 minutes in, window went shut because the smell was coming in. How many days out of the year will I not be able to sit on my deck or open my window due to smell and the storage of the manure? That's a big deal for me. Outdoor, indoor, those are two separate things that can make a big difference on our lives. So with that, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jacob Rozecki, and I live at 114 Skyline Drive, which is the new development on the south side of Valley Springs. We have lived in this development for about a year and a half, going on 2 years now. This proposed calving barn has weighed heavily on my family's hearts, just for the sheer fact that both my wife and I have grown up in agriculture. She grew up in North Dakota with cash crops, and I grew up in Wisconsin with cash crops and dairy cattle and dairy farms. We were taught to be good stewards of the land and the animals, but more importantly, to respect neighbors, to be honest, and follow the laws. As you heard from Mr. Zollmer's attorney, they have been operating at a Class C license when the county views them as a Class D. A major concern that I do have for the manure runoff is this area, and along with Brandon, are considered part of the Topeka Shiner endangered species zone, which connects to the Brandon River Valley. Another impact is air quality. Valley Springs is a growing community that has multiple young families in the area. Just in our development alone, we have 8 new families that have over 17 children, and most of them are under the age of 15 years old. Farms such as this have been able to produce ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, methane, and particulate matter, which may have human health risks such as headaches, respiratory problems, eye irritation, nausea, weakness, and neurological problems such as extreme anger and depression. This has been recorded by the CDC. Children take 20 to 50% more air than adults. That is making them more susceptible to lung disease and health effects. Research has found that the closer the children live to a CAFO operation, the risk for asthma increases 30%. Not only are children at risk, a 2008 study found that pregnant women have a 10% increase in infant mortality rate. My final objection to the location is the effect of my property value. There have been a couple studies done, one by the Dakota Rural Action Study that determined property values will decrease 6.6% within a 3-mile radius and could be as high as 88% within 1/10 of a mile. The average is 20 to 40%. Another article by the Appraisal Institute for Real Estate Appraisers also concluded that houses near these locations diminish marketability and loss of use and enjoyment. In today's age of uncertainty with retirement and world events, that is a huge loss since I view my home as a financial investment. Again, I would like to state that I'm not completely opposed to this operation, but I would ask Mr. Zollmer to look at a different location. According to the map there, he also owns 120 acres south of the proposed location now, which if he placed it to the south location, he would be located 3/4 of a mile, if not further, outside away from city limits. Thank you for your time.
My name is Joe Kufka. I have been a resident of Valley Springs for about 10 years. I speak in opposition to the proposed 300% increase in cattle, primarily because such an operation would stifle residential development in Valley Springs and result in reduced property values, which would also hamper city revenues. Nearly 1,000 head of cattle will be an issue for anyone seeking to build or buy a home in Valley Springs, and the site of a 400-foot-long building from the south end of town, or the new subdivision on the west side of Valley Drive, which is Highway 103, will also turn off future home buyers. Now, if you look at those handouts, the first page, and this comes from the Valley Springs 2035 Comprehensive Plan, it shows the city limits of Valley Springs. You'll see that 263rd Street is the very southernmost boundary of the city. Second page verifies that, and that's from page 12 of the 2035 Comprehensive Plan. And then if you look at the next page, which is the black and white, that shows the proposed development. If you'll notice, 263rd Street by the red line going across, that is the city boundary. So this development, agricultural development, is within the city limits. I don't know that that's allowed, to tell you the truth. Just so you know that. The other thing is, if you're going to approve this thing, I was looking at your staff report, it says there should be at least a 2,000-foot separation to residential homes. Well, again, looking at that black and white map, you're going to have to adjust that according to that. At a very minimum, I think you need to go back and take a look at that. And I'll conclude by saying this: the only feasible direction for Valley Springs to grow is to the south. Land north of town is flood prone, as you've heard earlier. West of town, we have the sewage lagoons, that's also flood prone. So south is basically the way to go, and we can't go east because that's the Minnesota line. Tripling the number of cattle allowed on the Zomer farm would not be in the best interest of Valley Springs. I respectfully ask the commission to deny the request for a conditional use permit that would allow a Class C concentrated animal feeding operation. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Duke. I am at 607 May Rose Drive in Valley Springs, South Dakota. I'm here to request that you deny the Zomer's Class C CAFO permit for their property south of Valley Springs. This classification would be harmful to the city of Valley Springs and also Minnehaha County. To be honest, I did not grow up in South Dakota. I am just one of thousands of new residents that relocated here because of employment opportunities, low cost of living, and a better way of life that this great state offers. I actually grew up in a town called Colorado Springs, Colorado, and I see many similarities between where Sioux Falls is now and where Colorado Springs was 30 years ago when I was born. In 1990, Colorado Springs was just a little bit bigger than Sioux Falls is currently. About 14 miles northeast of Colorado Springs is a small town called Falcon, which is about the same size and distance from Colorado Springs as Valley Springs currently is from Sioux Falls. In the last 30 years, the population of Colorado Springs went from less than 300,000 to just shy of 700,000 people. Colorado Springs grew so much and so quickly that Falcon, that little former railroad and ranching town just 20 minutes down the road from the big city, is now essentially a suburb of Colorado Springs. And overall, the people of Falcon were happy about it. The people who didn't want to be part of the suburbs sold their properties, in most cases for more than 5 times the original purchase price, which allowed them to buy property further away from the city. Others stayed, happy and content that their small town now had the resources and amenities of a larger city and much higher property values to boot. Sioux Falls is currently the largest city in South Dakota, but it is also one of the fastest growing cities in the entire country. And I believe that Sioux Falls and Valley Springs could eventually have a similar marriage that Colorado Springs and Falcon, Colorado had as they continue to grow and attract new residents and employers. Valley Springs has a detailed 2035 growth plan published in 2012. The plan included detailed maps that indicated that the city's goal is to rezone the land between the southern edge of town and the northern edge of Zomer's property as single-family residential. This growth plan has been publicly available for over a decade, and nowhere in the growth plan does it include a Class C CAFO within 3/4 a mile of the city. The land that Valley Springs designated to be rezoned for residential development by 2035 is also a far more valuable tax base to the city and the county as single-family homes. There are currently 70 lots available in the new development on the southwest side of town called Homestead at Valley View, with current home values ranging from $300,000 to $400,000. To be conservative with our estimates and assume that 70 homes built or soon to be built at 1.42% property tax at an average value of $300,000, Minnehaha stands to earn about $298,000 of tax revenue just off of this single development. If the land north of Zomer's property and south of Valley Springs were to be developed, this would be over $500,000 in total added tax revenue to the Minnehaha County budget. These new residential, If the current cattle operation became a Class C CAFO, however, Valley Springs' current development projects would likely grind to a halt, and they would have difficulty continuing to build new properties in the current development, and new developers would be very difficult to find. As well, peer-reviewed research that evaluated data from across the Midwest shows that overall, CAFOs slow, stagnate, or shrink property values in the majority of towns where they exist within a half mile of city limits, which could cost the county even more money and lost tax revenue in the long term. There are plenty of areas around our great state where expanded agricultural operations such as this proposed CAFO would be a great benefit. Areas where the population is shrinking and there is a lack of economic opportunity, like the ones that are available in Sioux Falls. But here in Sioux Falls and Minnehaha County, we have tons of economic opportunities outside the agricultural energy. And it would be a disservice to both the residents of Minnehaha County and to the rest of the state to allow a Class C CAFO so close to a growing community when there are smaller communities across the state that could greatly benefit from their existence. Sioux Falls is already struggling with a population that is growing faster than new housing developments can accommodate, and it does not make sense to inhibit continued residential development in Valley Springs that could greatly relieve the current strain on our housing supply. With that being said, I respectfully request that the committee reconsider the long-term goals of Minnehaha County and the city of Valley Springs and deny this Class C CAFO permit. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else care to speak?
Yes, I would.
State your name and address.
My name is Abby Erickson. I live on Mayrose Drive, directly over the hill from the Zomers. I have lived in Valley Springs for 41 years of my life, 20 years at my residence now directly over the hill from Zomers. Previously, before the Zomers owned that property, there was also a cattle ranch farm there as well. I went to school with his kids and we played on the Zomers land. I have lived in this area my entire life. What has happened is truly disappointing. We have fairly new residents in Valley Springs that are now coming forward and they're opposing this farm from growing. It's a generational farm. This is the roots of South Dakota, the roots of our community. I grew up on a farm. A lot of their concerns right now are with smell. Look, we smell the sewage detention ponds in Valley Springs 10 times what we smell cattle. Some of these residential homes that are new being built, There is a cattle farm where some of these people could walk out of their front door and walk right over to the cows at the fence. There are other farms all the way around. They're really concerned about the property values, but the truth is, when I built my house, I built it for $80,000, hammer and nail. It took me 11 months with my dad's help. And I've lived there this long. My property value has just creeped up and up and up. And nothing has ever thwarted our property values. My value is well over $250,000 now from my $80,000. So some of the things that people are really concerned about is the smell. And like I said, the sewage detention ponds create far more of a concern with disease and all of that. We smell that. When they were talking about smelling that last week, that's what they were smelling, was the sewage detention ponds. They're talking about the property values being hindered. That's just simply not the case. From someone who's lived there, I can attest to this. Now, I don't have any biases because I don't know the Zomers personally, but I find it incredibly disappointing that they're even having to come before the county and hear rebuttals and all of this when all they're trying to do is just protect some of their cattle. What isn't known right now is if they wanted to go put 5,000 head of cattle to roam on all of their land in those fields, they could do that. All they want to do is put up a barn and protect the cattle. They had a major loss, like John Zomer said. It's what's really disappointing is all of these residents talking about their property values and all of this, but I don't ever hear them talking about the fact that my water is yellow half the time coming out of my faucet, or it smells like the sewage detention ponds coming out of my faucet, so much so I have to go over to my father's house to shower at night some nights. That's how bad it is. You bring that to the city, nobody cares. There's been a multi-state drug run, a house selling drugs on my street for well over 3 years. Nobody cares about that. They're not worried about their property values. If you go into Valley Springs, I hate to say it, but there are some homes that are probably condemnable. They're at a point of being condemned. There's junk riddled throughout the community. That they're not worried about their property values there either, but they're worried about taking down a solid, good family who has, by the way, if you drive out there, the cleanest, most well-kept farm I have ever seen. Every time I drive out of town, I admire it. And I don't need to talk to the Zomers and have these in-depth conversations. I've observed how they run their farm. And it's incredible. I don't worry about the smell because I smell the cattle from other places around. So, I would really hope in this situation that you do approve this because, like I said, this is generational farming is a lost art. And John Zomer wants to pass this farm down to his daughter and his son-in-law. I mean, they live on the farm now. We were invited to go actually view the farm and see what it was all about, and we did that a couple days ago on Saturday. I was even more impressed by their operation. So I just find it really sad that we have these newer people moving into town and they're opposing that. That in which when I was raised, my grandpa, who was a farmer, my family, they were always adamant about us maintaining the family generation farm. And guess what? We have an opportunity to support a good, solid American family. They thought that they were operating as this certain Class C because it was grandfathered in from the previous owner. They weren't doing anything nefarious. They were just operating like a normal farm. So now suddenly people are concerned about it, and I respectfully, I understand their concerns, but as someone who has lived there my entire life, I can tell you I have absolutely no question about this farm whatsoever. I support them. I will always support them, and I really hope that you do go ahead and give them the permit that they want so that they can be into compliance.
Okay, anyone else care to speak? Petitioner, do you want any rebuttal on this before we make a decision?
Taylor Zutenhorst, 107 Link Street, Valley Springs, South Dakota. I'm one of the owners of Triple Z Angus. A little background knowledge about me. I grew up in northwest Iowa. Both of my uncles raised their families on farms, and growing up in town, I just never even gave it a thought. I always enjoyed spending time out there. Did a lot of work out there with my uncles. Like I said again, growing up in town with my parents weren't privileged enough to farm. I just never even gave it a thought. So in high school, everyone's pushing, okay, go to college, go to college. So I did, and I got 3 years into it and decided, this isn't me. I was going for pre-med. The thought of being inside all the time, it just wasn't where my roots were. So I had this big dilemma on, okay, now what do I do with my life? I just got all this money invested in school, and do I just throw it all away and look a different direction? And through it all, I was fortunate enough to meet my wife throughout all this, and was sitting down with my wife and dad, and he's threw out the idea, well, why don't you come help me farm? I could use a hand, we'll try it. And said, yeah, that sounds good. So I took that on, and one thing led to another, and I developed a passion for livestock. We bought our first cows in 2016. And from then, I have developed a love and a passion for livestock, but also for farming. So one thing I'm weighing in my mind is we're trying to build our operation to withstand years of success, but also years of trial. I'd like to raise my family. I got a 1-year-old boy. When he's fussy on Sundays and I'm home with him, what do I do when he's fussy? I take him out to the farm, and he just quiets down right now, and he just loves it out there. And he doesn't bicker about smell. He doesn't bicker about anything. He just is enjoying his best life. And I'm a true believer that South Dakota and where I grew up in northwest Iowa, I think families are forged in unity and in love. And you can teach a young family so many valuable traits and characteristics that will better them for their life to come. With that being said, it hasn't always been easy having cow-calf around. Like Dad had mentioned before, we went through, it was 2 blizzards in a row, 18 and 19. But 19 was something that I really hope I never have to relive again, which having this barn built on our property would totally negate that. I got a couple pictures here of just the conditions and mortality, just to kind of exemplify what went on in 19. Couple pictures of what was a total of 30% death loss in our cow herd. And there's nothing more heartbreaking and depressing than feeding a cow and dumping your whole soul in bettering that cow for a year's time, and you get one shot at making it count. And that's when that cow delivers a calf. And there's nothing worse than seeing dead calves. When the blizzard did pass, we'd be running the box blade over where we had our cows. There's points where you'd get the tractor stuck with the box blade. It was so bad. And you look back, and all of a sudden you say, what's this pulling behind the box blade? We were pulling dead calves out of the slot. How heartbreaking I was during that time. And if I'm fortunate enough to have more kids someday, I really hope that they never have to experience that. And putting this building up would be pivotal in our family operation. Closing, I would like to make one other comment. We're all familiar with who the governor of South Dakota is, Kristi Noem. And there was a recent blizzard also earlier in April. And I don't have the exact phrase that she used, but she made it public to everyone on her Instagram. She said, reach your hand out and help our farmers and our ranchers during this calving period, because she too has background and she understands and knows what hard work goes into this process. And I'm asking the commission to reach their hand out and help us move forward with ours. Thank you.
Stay up there for some questions.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair,
Joe?
for the applicant or any part of the applicant team, it was referenced by one community member that you guys have other land or propose alternate locations. Is that feasible, or can you speak to that? Is that a viable alternative?
So we own, from the homestead place, if you will, we own 80 acres to the south, okay? And that has been brought up before. Is it feasible to relocate the facility to the south? Can it be done? Yes. Would it add a lot of additional expense? Yes. We have no infrastructure out there. And in order for us to feed the livestock, which is one of my bigger
Please use the microphone.
I'm sorry. One of my bigger concerns than the cost is that we'll have to be on Highway 103 every day to go feed them with tractors and so forth.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for him? Okay.
Madam Chair, I guess I do for your, but you would not, I'm just trying to clarify, you wouldn't have 1,000 head in this building because you said you wouldn't get rid of the outside lots. So the maximum number you would have on the farm, including the building, is 999.
Correct. And that's if we choose to go to that number. But yes, you're correct. The Class C permit then allows us to go up to 999 head. But I don't know if we will or when. If we chose to, I don't know when we would, okay? But yes, you're correct.
Thank you.
999 head, everything combined for the facility, yes.
Anyone else have any questions for them? Okay, thank you.
Can I make some quick rebuttals?
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The 2019 blizzard can't overstate the problems that we had and the heartache. And at that point in time, my son-in-law Taylor was just coming involved in the operation in the cattle business. Between 2018 and then 2019, I said to myself, if this doesn't cure him from getting out of the livestock business, this is what he wants to do. He's still at it, okay? To me, that spoke volumes. Because as a father-in-law, making investments to keep it a sustainable farm, you wonder, is this going to last? Is this real or is this temporary? I mean, I have these thoughts coming through my mind. And when we went through 2018 and 2019, I said, if he's here a year from now, I'll be amazed. He's still here. I'm convinced that he's in it for the long haul, and I'm convinced that his heart is in it.
This is retarded.
Okay, smell and noise. Yes, folks, there's going to be some smell. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. When you have a livestock facility, there's going to be some smell. Can we do some things to mitigate it? Yes, we can. Are we going to try to do things to mitigate it? Yes, we are. Why? Because we want to be good neighbors with the residents of Valley Springs and anybody close by. Property values, I'm not going to burden you guys with this evening, but I did show it to the city council of Valley Springs last week, Monday evening. Been a lot of talk about property values declining because of our proposed expansion. There's been a lot of talk about how it's going to slow the growth of Valley Springs because of our expansion. So what I did last week, actually my daughter and I, we presented to the city council last week, Valley Springs, and we picked 2 towns in northwest Iowa. We picked Rock Valley and we picked Sioux Center. Rock Valley, there are 10 livestock facilities within 3/4 of a mile of the city limits. 10. So then we looked at the population of Rock Valley. Since 1980, Rock Valley has almost doubled in size. Then we looked at property values. And again, same trajectory. Property values have continued to rise. We went to Sioux Center, did the same thing there. We took a Google picture. We located all the livestock facilities within 3/4 of a mile. Sioux Center's got 20. They have a sale barn right in town. Same thing. Since 1980, they have almost doubled in population. And property values continue to rise. I will make the argument with anybody that livestock concentration enhances small towns and rural communities, not hurt them. Next thing is city growth. Heard some talk about city boundary, and I didn't follow that. Is the green line, is that supposed to be the city boundary? Ron, do you know? That's the proposed 2035, okay. We own the land north of the green line up to the first blue line, okay? I actually sat on the 2035 Initiative Task Force as one of the volunteers 10 years ago or whatever it was. And I don't recall that part of it, but it is what it is. And what else? We sent out 286 registered letters to people within a half a mile setback of our proposed site. 286 letters, registered letters. Up until last week, Saturday morning, when we sent that letter out, we sent an additional letter explaining who we were, my name, my phone number, my email address, my son-in-law's name, phone number, email address. Please contact us if you have any questions. 286 letters, 4 people, that's it, contacted us because they had concerns or questions. I was very disappointed. We had an open house this past Saturday morning. Was advertised, was in that letter. Please, at the city council meetings, told people, please, come out, come out, come out. We had a few. Very disappointed in on the outcome. Are they really concerned? I know everybody's busy and I understand that. But we give the community ample opportunity to let us share their concerns and answer their questions. They don't come out. They'll come to the meetings, but they won't contact us and let us show them our operation. So with that, I think that's all I have Good?
One last question,
Go ahead,
Madam Chair.
Joe.
So when we would approve a Class C, that would be up to 999. Do you have, not to pigeonhole you to what timeline you're on, but do you have a sense of the phases you'd be on? And if you're at 450 today, what's the economies of scale to get that barn up? I mean, you probably have to grow your operation at least a little
Right.
bit to get going.
Correct. So, like I mentioned earlier, we have 1,000 acres of grass out west. Okay, that's where we summer our cows. And then what we try to do is we try to rent corn stalks from farmers after harvest time, and we try to winter our cows out on corn stalks. Okay, and then we bring them home for calving. We get the calving done, then they go back to the ranch. Okay. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you because so much of it depends on markets and economic conditions. Okay, so I'm scared to even make projections. The livestock business today is very good, but it's not going to last. We all know it. Cycles, ebbs and flows, right? And so do our numbers, by the way. Our numbers ebb and flow during the year and by years. But over time, it could be 5 years, could be 10. I just don't like to project. Okay.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Well, I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Close the floor. I say that?
I'm just about ready to close the floor. Do you have another comment that you haven't
I
talked
would,
about?
I would just like to make it clear that if you look at that sheet I gave you and look at the legend on the right, that's the 2012 city boundary of Valley Springs on this map here. 263rd Street is the southern boundary, but their plan encroaches on that. If you're going to approve this, then make sure you make that one of the conditions that they adhere to that boundary.
Can I say one thing?
Sure, one more time, and then I'm going to close the floor.
I didn't get to see his map, so I'm not sure what he's talking about. But anyway, one thing I wanted to tell you folks that I don't believe has been brought up. You did see some photos. You cannot see Valley Springs from my farm, and you cannot see my farm from Valley Springs. Okay? We're over a hill, just over the, and so, we're willing to do whatever the county, with trees and whatever, that's no problem. But even without trees, where we propose to put the building, at the most you might see the roof of it. But you can literally not see our farm from the city of Valley Springs. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone else talk.
Pardon me?
Could someone else talk, please?
All right, I'll give you one more person can talk, and then that's it. We're going to close the floor. Because we have
I'll make this real quick. So I live at 26355 488th Avenue in right outside Valley Springs, about a half mile from the farm. Have a lifetime in the farm industry, was an animal science judge for 10 years. Went to the University of Minnesota, studied animal science there. And just as a quick note, I will say one, my father's been in farming and has been in the cattle business for 40 years. What concerns me is one, again, John has not stated a business plan for scaling up this operation. And while you can certainly say that markets affect that, the fact that you can't even go to a bank and get a loan without a business plan. And so it's really one farmer and one set of family versus multiple individuals throughout the town who should have the opportunity to pursue what they want out of their properties and what they want out of their property values, whereas one farm and maybe 2 or 3 families will prevent these people from seeing their property values accelerate with such a great opportunity of being next to Sioux Falls and yet not having those individuals have their town grow because of this interference. So that's all I have, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to close the floor. Commissioners?
Well, Madam Chair, I'll put some sentiments out first. I feel like we could call this the case of the dueling comprehensive plans. I feel like Valley Springs has nowhere to grow but south, which would implicate this even further. But our comprehensive plan that we follow to at least a certain degree would have thought of this land as continuing to be agriculture. And so we're caught in a little bit of a bind here. My other sentiment is that I'm really not one to second guess the city of Valley Springs. If they've granted a waiver, they're closest to it and have given it some consideration. So I want to defer to that, but I also would probably share Scott, our staff's judgment that but for that waiver, we wouldn't be approving this. It's just too close. So I guess just to get the conversation started, a few things kind of juxtaposed for me that kind of had me leaning both ways at once. But I'd really be interested in my more experienced members' thoughts on this one, if we can guide our way through it.
Any other comments,
Yes,
commissioners?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. Excuse me. I guess, CAFOs are always a sensitive subject. There's always emotion. There's always, I don't say, a perception that they're worst case scenario, that there's, a odor cloud that's going to overcome a town. I look at Crooks, for example, and there's a hog confinement just north of town that I can say I've lived in Crooks for quite a few years and can't say I can remember smell it. Now, that's not to say that everything is that way. At the same point, too, I guess I go back to what Scott said. He didn't look at, well, had the town not granted this waiver, it probably wouldn't be an acceptable use. However, with that said, as you stated, Joe, the fact is they're closer to this issue than we are. So who am I to second guess their town's leadership and how they see their town growing? So I guess with that said, I would be in favor of approving this.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to comment here. Valley Springs, they did sign off on this. They feel the only growth is to the south, which I differ. There's quite a bit they could develop to the east if they so desired. Zomers have had a great plan. I give you all the credit. I mean, young farmers wanting to pursue livestock industry. It's getting fewer and fewer all the time. So I applaud you for that. And Abby, I'd like to say you for speaking out, how it's been part of the community. And it will continue to be that way. They've got a plan. They aren't going to have the manure runoff that's going into the intermittent stream like it has been. So it's a great plan. We just have to take the blinders off us. We have to look at the whole picture. It isn't like our parents did it. Thank goodness. Because it was horrible, 50, 60, 100 years ago. I mean, we are improving our environment by everything that we're doing. So I'm 100% for this.
I'd just like to make a comment also. I live out east of town on an acreage, and I have farmers all around me. I've been out there about 35 years now, and it's just part of the whole idea of being in the country, the rural America. I chose to live there. I raised my family there, and that's where I will be until I can no longer take care of that acreage any longer. And as for my property values, well, I'd hate to tell you folks, but mine have continually gone up, and so have my taxes, so I don't think that's a part of it at all. Anyone else have any comments?
Madam Chair, I'll just echo what you guys said, but the fact that they invited neighbors in the city out there to see what they're doing shows me what kind of neighbors they're gonna be, so I'd be in favor of this.
Okay, anyone else?
I guess I'd have just one question for my colleagues. I think you've put together a persuasive case, and I'll be generally supportive here, but I just wanted to just bring up the issue, and if there's any other conditions, again, I look to my more experienced colleagues to see if there's anything. It does give me some pause. I don't know if there's just lack of communication or a misunderstanding of what class they were in, and just knowing that they're at over the 250 limit. I don't know if there's anything more we need to do or something that would get some continual monitoring so we don't run into that situation again. The worst thing I'd have, Scott, I don't know if you can speak to some of that, of how we would monitor this and make sure we stay within Class C going forward.
Well, most of the monitoring is done by they have to submit cattle registry and logs to DNR. I mean, so there's some of that, but it's primarily self-policed. They do need to, if we ask to verify the numbers, I mean, they need to comply with that. But I think the intent of that, the issue that was being addressed was they're not in compliance now. We felt they were not in compliance, but with the approval, or should this be approved, they would be in compliance and would be allowed to go up to that 999 animal unit. So I think we just wanted to note, in case this doesn't get approved, we still will need to address that.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. And that's where I was coming from on some of my questions about what numbers they foresaw in the future, and if there was, if you guys had more qualms than you did, if there was some hedging of our bets on the 999. But I think we're hitting a good spot that I think we're comfortable with approval of this and the regular oversight that comes with it. So I'll move approval.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion and second to approve conditional use permit 23-15.
Madam Chair, I have a question for discussion.
Okay, I was just going to say, any
Yeah,
further discussion?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And maybe this is a question for Scott. I was concerned about that manure pad and the drainage of that. And would that fall under condition number 5? Or is that automatically taken care of?
Well, so I apologize because I'm not as familiar with this as I should be, but when I read condition number 5, to me, that implies that that's the confinement pens and does not address the manure storage facility. So if you want to be crystal clear, I guess you can add a condition indicating that the manure storage shall meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and maybe just leave it at that for right now. Because I'm going to look here again, how far that needed to be.
So Scott, if that is a zoning ordinance, do we need to restate that, or is it already?
Well, it is already a requirement.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, it wasn't clear to me if that was already a requirement to make sure that it would not drain towards the intermittent stream.
Okay. I have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 6.
Did you want the board to have a mental health break for 5 minutes?
Yeah, that would help. I need to wait, I need to stand.
Move to recess for 5 minutes?
Yes, that's correct.
Second. We have to have a
Move to recess.
Yeah, we'll have a recess.
They didn't bring that up. A few hours, let's go.
10:32, he said.
If I could ask you to take your seats, the meeting's going to start in 1 minute.
To reconvene the meeting, either take your seats. We'll move on to item number 6. And that's a zoning text amendment 23-02 to amend the 1990 revised zoning ordinance for Minnehaha County to add transmission pipeline regulations. Scott? Oh, I'm sorry. We got to make a motion to reconvene.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, Scott, go
All
ahead.
right, thank you. Scott Anderson, County Planning Director, and tonight is the scheduled hearing for a zoning text amendment to the 1990 revised zoning ordinance for Minnehaha County. And this proposed zoning text amendment would address primarily transmission pipelines. And I have provided you with the draft ordinance, and there are several whereases which sort of outline the need and the requirement for, or the thought of, the thought process behind what went into this. This is for the regulation of transportation of toxic and hazardous and regulated substances via pipelines and the facilities for handling such materials. This is an expanded land use within Minnehaha County, and the proposed land use will have impacts on traditional and the predominant use within the county. Reviewing the zoning ordinance to determine how transmission lines were addressed, it seems to be appropriate considering that this potentially there's a long-term impact on the future development of the county. The zoning ordinance has been created to promote public safety, and transmission lines will potentially impact public safety. So the siting and the use should be evaluated and addressed, and hopefully that's what this ordinance, proposed ordinance amendment will do. This will address the siting and the land use, and the proposed ordinance will accomplish promoting good land use and ensuring public safety of that use. Staff has worked with legal counsel, and we developed a proposed ordinance for your consideration. That information was provided to you. It identifies the districts in which any kind of a transmission line could be located. It develops criteria. It develops and creates definitions. And this would be set up as a permitted special use, and there is specific criteria in section 1218, which, if met, any transmission pipeline could be installed. Not meeting the criteria would require that a conditional use permit be obtained. So with that in mind, this is a hearing, and staff is recommending approval of the zoning text amendment 2302, which would add articles 303, 403, 503, 603, 703, 803, and 903. Those are the districts. It would add those, would add the word transmission pipelines as a permitted special use. It would amend, it would add Article 1218, which is the criteria. It would amend 2405, which is the fees. And then finally, it would amend Article 26, creating and amending some definitions. So with that in mind, I think I would, I know that our state's attorney would like to comment further, and I'll turn that over to him. And then if you have specific questions, you could feel free to ask me, and I will attempt to clarify the ordinance if you have any questions. Thanks.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Eric Bogue, State's Attorney's Office. Somewhat as a mea culpa, I hope my children are all listening, the youngest of which will graduate from college this summer. This is proof that you cannot edit your own work. You need to have somebody else look things over. So I have distributed copies that I would ask you to adopt as an amendment to get this in the form I believe it needs to be in before you start public comment tonight. I've made a distribution of that amended copy throughout the room. If anyone didn't get one, wants one, there's a pile of additional copies up there on the dais. Let me just walk through those briefly with you. Probably most embarrassingly in the title, there is a double district reference. So the First Amendment is going to be taking that second unnecessary word district out of the title. To help follow along, you'll see a vertical line in the left-hand margin where the changes are actually located. So that's the only one on page 1. There is no change on page 2. On page 3, there's a typographical or stylistic change, deleting the word every in the first line of 1218B and substituting the word and then I felt that there was a missing colon at the end of that first introductory word line there, so that's the other change on page 3. There's no change on page 4. And then because your other hearings went just long enough for me to find one additional that's not actually on this typed mark, I'm going to ask you to take your pencils and follow along with me. If you look in the definition of 306, I would recommend that you change the gas pipeline facility definition by deleting in the next to final line the words following natural gas quotation, the words and subject to. So you would delete those 3 words and substitute in place of those as defined by. Grammatically, it didn't make any sense. I didn't catch that until we were reading this through during the other hearings tonight. So again, deleting the words and subject to and substituting the words as defined by. Do you all have that? Okay. That's the only change on page 5. Changes on page 6 are more substantive, but really only in an effort to do what we originally intended to do, which was to make sure that natural gas is actually not included. It's been my research and opinion that the feds have totally preempted the world on natural gas pipelines, and so we were intending to exempt those from this particular ordinance. That was included in one of the prior definitions. If you look at 575D, that language is clear that was intended to be exempted, but by including references to a couple different state sections in the previous version of 672, may have muddled it up a little bit. So the intent here with the language that's now being recommended by our office is just really intended to make sure that natural gas is not inadvertently swiped back into this ordinance where it was not intended to be in that process. With that, that's all that these changes are. I would ask, Madam Chair, that again, just to get it in the form that we believe it needs to be in for further public comment for the rest of your hearing, that the commission make a motion and amend it as such to put it in that form, and then you can start with the rest of your hearing.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to amend as Mr. Bogue has given us the copy.
I'll second.
Okay. I have a motion second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Okay. So I'd be glad to answer any questions. Otherwise, this is a public hearing, and I know that there are going to be people here that are going to want to testify.
Any questions for Scott?
Not this time.
Okay, let's start the process. Anyone from the audience care to speak to this item?
Good evening, Commissioners. It's been a long evening for all of us. My name is Rick Bonander. I live at 26268 Valley Springs. I would like to thank you for your leadership in developing this ordinance. It shows intelligent land use and that will drive the economic development for years to come, not only as today. I appreciate this opportunity to express my approval to you for this ordinance and ask that you pass this ordinance and send it on to the Minnehaha County Commission as amended by our state's attorney. Again, it's short and sweet. Thank you very much. I ask you to pass this motion. Thank you.
Anyone else care to speak? Please state your name and address.
My name is Dan Nelson from Valley Springs, 48680 260th Street. Can I approach the bench?
Thank you.
We can share, we can look together.
What I want to speak tonight about a little bit is our liability insurance. If you go the stapled packet, go back second to the last page, and I have some stuff highlighted there. Exclusion endorsement. Under exclusions that apply to all liability coverages, whether coverage L for liability, personal liability, or coverage M for medical to others, or both, this policy does not apply to bodily injury or property damage which results or indirectly from the presence, growth, discharge, and release, escape, inhalation, ingestion, or coming in contact with a fungus, bacteria, mold, mildew, algae, toxins, asbestos, contamination, chemical, hazardous material, smog, carbon monoxide, radon gas. And then if you turn the next page, it's kind of the same thing, but excludes that apply to coverage L, personal liability, and to coverage M, medical payments to others, in a policy which endorsement attached relating to the discharge, dispersal, release, and escape of pollutants into or upon land, water, or air will not apply to bodily injury, property damage arising out of sudden accident, discharge, dispersal, release, escape, or upon land, water, or other pollutants used in or intended use in normal, usual farming activities. And it goes on. But if it's right there, if there's a leak, our liability won't cover it. And we're going to be stuck. I mean, I don't know, the bottom line is we're not insured if damage, is caused by a pollutant. And so I hope you consider that when you're working with this project. We we may not be covered. We're not covered, obviously, so, thank you.
Anyone else care to speak to this item? State your name and address, sir.
Jim Sherb, 26239 Fort 86th Avenue, Valley Springs. Originally, the pipeline was going to be in my front yard, and now it's proposed to be in my backyard. However, since it'll be in my backyard, it actually will be in my neighbor's property, so I wouldn't have the benefit of trying to negotiate on an easement that I wanted a little further away from my house or something, because it actually isn't on my property. But it could be very close. So I speak in favor of the 750 feet that you've got in this proposal here to change for the distance from dwellings, business, churches, because that would definitely keep it further away than it could possibly be right now if they wanted to put it within, nearest building is like 200 feet. So I would speak in favor of you adopting this ordinance.
Anyone else care to speak?
Dan Rentschler, Sioux Falls. As an affected landowner on this, I have a question with some of this property or pipeline going directly down the state line. Does the regulation for Minnehaha County have any validity with the pipeline that is going to be in the ditch on the Iowa side of the road? As any, I don't understand how that takes and works, but that's a question that I have for the board. Is that something that reciprocities with the pipeline going in the state of Iowa?
Anyone else care to speak to this item?
Scott Montgomery, Fairview, South Dakota. On these setbacks, I see you have dwellings, churches, business, 750 feet. And then the bottom line, you have population of 500 at 2640. Those same dwellings, churches, and businesses could have 500 people there. I don't know why you would consider anything less than 2,640 feet on any of these. Public schools, 1,000 feet. Well, we're going to give 2,640 feet on a population of 500. You could easily have 500 people at a school. So I would ask you that you consider changing those to a minimum of 2,640 feet.
My name is Penny Baybridge. I'm at 2814 South Center Avenue here in Sioux Falls, and I did not come here expecting to speak, but I've appreciated the patience that all of you've had. This is our third thing that we're looking at. But what concerns me is the volatility and the safety of this. I read a story not too long ago of a community where a pipeline had broke, and the devastation and the unpreparedness of the police, the law enforcement, the first emergency people, the hospitals. There was no plan. You know, it's almost like you build these pipelines, but then where's the responsibility to make sure? That responsibility should be on the people building the pipeline. They need to make sure that people are being trained. They need to be sure that the equipment that is needed is there. And for any farmer where you're taking over his land and putting this pipeline in and it breaks, we're talking loss of life here, not like the CAFO we had. This is loss of life. What are they going to be compensated? I think this is a safety thing that we need to really seriously consider, and thank you very much.
Gary Meyer, Minnehaha County.
I was at the court hearing this morning in Minnehaha County for the purpose of trying to stop these pipelines from trespassing on private property to do their surveying without permission. At that hearing, the attorney for Summit Carbon Solutions told the judge several times that the landowners hadn't proven this, they hadn't proven that. Why should the landowners have to prove anything? We are simply trying to just hang on to our property. This seems to be the normal operation for these billion-dollar companies. Underhanded, strong-arm tactics, smooth-talking lobbyists simply walk in, trying to take control of somebody else's private property for their own private gain. That's why we, the landowners of the state and of Minnehaha County, are asking this Zoning and Planning Commission to pass this ordinance, to give the landowners some recourse to be able to give us a chance to protect our constitutional right to own private property. Free from the interests of large tax-paying funded private corporations. We are your neighbors, you are our neighbors. You were put in your position to represent your constituents, and we ask you to approve this and help us out. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kay Burkhart, 4849, are both these work? Yeah. 4849 260th Street, Valley Springs, South Dakota. I want to thank everybody for working on this as much as you have and the time you've put into it. One of my concerns was our lack of insurance, just like Dan talked about. My sheet, he passed out also, which is the blue one. It's a little shorter form. He went over all of it, except there's one line that says, CO2 and other chemicals would be pollutants as defined by our policy. And then the last line says, having a pipeline running through a member's property carrying a pollutant subjects them to substantial uninsurable exposure. So that is a concern of ours. And of course, the farther the setbacks are, the less likely you'd have a liability problem. And so even though I wish your setbacks were significantly greater due to our insurance situation, I encourage you to pass this ordinance as it is written. Because of the proximity of the pipeline to many residences in our neighborhood, we really need a reasonable buffer offered by your ordinance. And thank you again for the time that you've all put into it. Thank you very much.
Betty Strum, 7504 West Loganberry Street, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I agree with the people talking about liability, and I just want to pass out my sheet that tells you what my insurance tells me it won't cover due to hazardous materials.
Anyone else care to speak? Thank you.
Oh, with my glasses, I can.
So my name is Joy Hone, and I'm from Hartford, Minnehaha County. And I would like to just go over a fact check report that was given by Bill Karam, who has served on the Pipeline Safety Trust as their executive director since 2020. So I just want to, I guess, go through and go over the highlights on this form with you. Basically, this was done September 1st of last year. Recently, a contractor representing Summit Carbon Solutions visited the Crawford County Board of Supervisors in Iowa to provide information about their proposed CO2 pipeline. Just going down to the highlights now. The SES contractor stated that hydrogen sulfide is what made people sick. But according to the accident investigation report with PHMSA, there was 0 detections of hydrogen sulfide, 28,000 parts per million of CO2. So this is over 5 times the OSHA permissible exposure limit. Victims had blood work done the next day, and they still had alarmingly high CO2 levels in their blood. They're asking Summit Carbon Solutions to correct this misstatement and use more accurate information. Next, the contractor appeared to brush off the emergency planning concerns, and here it is stating as well that PHMSA is currently, their current safety regulations are insufficient. The next statement that was also concerning to him was that the plume of CO2 can travel long distances, certainly more than a half a mile, and the concern is asphyxiation. Plume can remain at dangerous or even lethal concentrations for very long distances depending on weather and terrain. I would also like to thank you for working on this ordinance and for trying to get intelligent setbacks for our county. Thank you.
So regardless of my thoughts of the idea of, moving.
Please state your name and address, please.
Sorry, Michael Stangland, 1009 North Savannah. So regardless of my thoughts of, the idea of moving a carbon dioxide through a pipeline and sticking it in the ground aside, when people are talking about, dangers and liability and all of that, I think that we have in recent history a really good example of why people, have reason to be concerned about liability, and especially, it's kind of faded from the news. It wasn't that long ago that we had a major train disaster in East Palestine that, again, there's not a whole lot of news on it more recently, but it's one of those things where, disasters, they tend to fade. But as I recall, one of the big things that went on there was that the company behind the train and all that, they really were they really didn't do a great deal to actually live up to what kind of expectations, what kind of liabilities you'd expect a company like that to handle. So, yes, this is a pipeline rather than a train, but it's still, the fact remains, it's an example of a kind of, infrastructure, a kind of, means of transporting something. People have concerns about liability. People have concerns about if this thing causes something to go wrong, is the company behind it, the company that's responsible for this, going to be required, going to have in place the stuff to make sure that, they're not able to look the other way or try to minimize it, or, are we going to have a major concern on our hands that, people are going to be left to handle on their own?
Anyone else care to speak?
Gary Schuster, 2812 Stratton Circle, Sioux Falls. Try to be brief. Just very high-level argument for regulations. You're typically trying to find a compromise between cost and benefit. So the cost here are the increased risks that the residents and farmers will incur by having a pipeline running through or near their property. What are the benefits? You're essentially digging holes in the ground, putting a pipeline in to carry carbon dioxide to bury in a hole someplace else. People say, well, it's going to create more jobs. The jobs produce nothing. The only reasonable claim, or a claim that some people make, is that it will reduce climate change, and there is no scientific proof of that. For there to be scientific proof, you would need to do experiments, have a theory, do experiments to prove the theory. Climate is much too big and complicated for any kind of experiments to have been done to actually show that the changes that would occur from having this pipeline would have any effect. So you've got no benefits. You should be very willing to have tight restrictions as to what is allowed for the pipeline. And in fact, if there's no benefits, it's really a question, why are we considering putting in this pipeline at all? Thank you.
Anyone else?
John Sharda, 115 Link Street, Valley Springs. I'd like to talk about economic development. The lady from Colorado Springs earlier before talked about how Colorado Springs 30 years ago was like Sioux Falls now, and building this pipeline on both sides of Sioux Falls would be stifling to the development 30 years from now. Also, this pipeline is routed to go through the quarter section along the Valley Springs exit on I-90, which would greatly impact commercial development there some year as well too. So I'd appreciate your passing this amendment. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Alfred Slothub, 48198 Kim Circle, Brandon. I own land in Lincoln County that's impacted by, or my family does, that's impacted by the pipeline. I've often wondered about this little table you had that's in this with setbacks based on what? You know, are you allowing for more collateral damage in smaller cities? Can anyone explain the logic to these setbacks to me? Okay. Well, I've been pushing the safety side of this issue for quite some time, and I've been mainly speaking about the Lake Noyos disaster in Cameroon, Africa, where the carbon dioxide plume killed humans and animals, depending on where you read, what you read, 14 to 16 miles away from the source. And I'd like to have you pass around a couple of photos here. I'll lead them back. Granted, it wasn't a pipeline. These people probably had no first responders. No phones, probably, although they may have had cell phones. And of the land we own in Lincoln County, we have 8 to 10 housing eligibilities. And my sister has land, the pipeline goes right through it. She has 3 housing eligibilities. They'll be pretty much gone. And also, we're about 4.5 miles south of Baker's Crossing and about 5.5 miles south of the nearest housing development on South Sioux Falls. And I think you're really going to have a chore figuring out which way development of Sioux Falls is going to go. We've got pipelines on the south, the west, and the east. And I think it's going to really affect people wanting to buy a home or wanting to sell a home, or businesses coming to Sioux Falls. And that's really all I have to say.
Dennis Anderson, Valley Springs, South Dakota.
In 1955, I was born. You ready? In 1955, I was born. The village of Brandon was 200 people. In 1973, when I graduated, the village of Brandon was incorporated. Recently, I was looking at a map of Sunrise Edition on the east side of Brandon. The block had 70 houses in it. It was 370 feet square. When you look at the easement that'll be along the pipeline, that's 4 blocks, 2 on each side of the pipeline, that could be developed. The average taxes, I believe, in Minnehaha County, property taxes are $2,200 a year. The pipeline will run through 10 miles on the eastern edge of the Brandon Valley School District. Is this in the best interest of the school?
Anyone else care to speak?
Hi, my name is Aaron Eldridge. I am the South Dakota Project Manager for Summit Carbon Solutions. I believe we have a presentation we might be able to pull up. Fantastic, thank you. Awesome, you can go ahead and hop onto that next slide for me. Thank you very much. So I just want to talk a little bit. There's been a lot of questions, a lot of concerns, a lot with safety, a lot with liability and indemnity that these projects would offer. So I don't plan to take up a ton of time with this. I know it's late. We'd all like to get out of here, but I do want to give a high-level overview of kind of what that looks like. And then hopefully offer myself to questions from the commission if you guys would have any. So high-level overview, this is the Summit Carbon Solutions route. That blue line shows the proposed route across the 5-state footprint. The blue dots are all partner facilities that we have agreements with. Those gray dots across the map are facilities that have opportunities to capture their CO2 moving into the future. And so one of the questions we get, obviously we get the question of why, and we could go through the economics of this project and be more than happy to do that at some point. But for right now, a lot of times the question is, why can't we just sequester at the site? And so what this map shows, the grayed-in areas up in North Dakota, down towards Wyoming, over in Illinois, those are areas that have the geologic structures for you to be able to sequester. So South Dakota does not have that currently. So for a plant to be able to capture their carbon dioxide in South Dakota, they have to be able to ship that to an area that does have the geology for that sequestration. And when you're talking about transporting a material, there is no safer way than through a pipeline. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. If we go to the next slide. CO2 pipelines are not new. There's over 5,000 miles of CO2 pipelines in the United States currently. There have been 0 CO2 pipeline fatalities in the last 20 years since they've been recording those. There has only been 1 OSHA recordable injury from those, and it was actually from a pipeline contractor that was working on that pipeline. You can see on the map where those CO2 lines are. In fact, there's one in North Dakota. It's a 205-mile long line. It operates at 25% higher pressure than our line will be operating at. So CO2 pipelines are not new. They have operated extremely safely over the past lifetime of these projects, which is 40 plus years. Sequestration is not new. There are ethanol plants. There are facilities that are currently capturing their carbon dioxide and sequestering it if they're in the areas that have that geology. So I did want to show that CO2 is also non-combustible and non-explosive. So it varies from a lot of materials that are transported in pipelines for that reason. And so when we're building these pipelines, I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Summit Carbon Solutions, but I know other pipelines will also share similar sentiments and things, but we're using extremely highly rated and safe materials. and we're using proven technologies to use these industry best practices to install this pipeline to make sure that it's safe for the landowners and the communities that we're operating in. If you could go ahead to that next slide for me. So we are regulated. So early on, there's multiple ways that we look at the safety of this pipeline. And you start with design, you go into how it's constructed, and then how it's operated for that pipeline. In the design, we are regulated very heavily by the federal government, by an organization called PHMSA, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. It is a branch of the DOT, and they oversee 3.3 million miles of pipelines operating in the United States, and those 5,000 miles of CO2 pipelines that operate in the United States. There is a very extensive list of what all they regulate, but just some of the inspections that they require and things that they see on this pipeline would be new construction inspections, emergency response plan reviews, so we have to have those approved by PHMSA as we submit these, control room, how this pipeline is actually operated and what that looks like, the operator qualifications, which is required for your construction crews when you're building this, as well as the operators that will operate that line and any crews that would do maintenance on a DOT regulated line. And then the integrity management program, which again is in the operations of the line, how we ensure that this line stays safe and we're able to check out every square inch of that line for that wall thickness, for any kind of damage to that line. And that's DOT, it's called CFR 49 or 45, DOT 195 is what that code of regulations is. It is 49, CFR 49, DOT 195. So be happy to talk more on that, but high level there. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk of an incident that happened in Mississippi just a few years back, and that's in the town of Satarsha, Mississippi. And so PHMSA is doing a review. It was a PHMSA regulated line. They're doing a review of what happened, and what they've determined is that there needs to be some better public outreach on the line, and that when that event happened, it was caused by a lack of some geologic studies that needed to take place. And so one thing that Summit Carbon Solutions is doing, as we are working through the public outreach side of the project, we are also doing numerous geohazard analyses, as well as river lateral migration and scour analyses to identify any kind of risk locations and make sure that there are engineering controls to ensure that those don't happen again, and that a Satarsha, Mississippi incident couldn't happen again. One thing to talk about through that type of failure, that was a 24-inch line. It went through what's called a guillotine fracture. So that's where your pipeline completely severs. And what happened, it was a 1,000-year rain event, caused a landslide. That pipe had a lot of stress, ended up breaking in half. Worst case scenario, it was a cold day. The CO2 was about a mile away from the town of Satarsha, Mississippi. And worst case scenario, there were no OSHA recordable injuries. There were 0 fatalities from that pipeline. So in the lifetime of CO2 pipelines, there is one incident that people will refer to, and there were no fatalities. There were no OSHA recordable injuries from that. And what was determined was there needs to be better public outreach. There needs to be better education of the emergency management and emergency responders in the areas where the pipeline operates. And that's a commitment that Summit Carbon Solutions and all of the pipeline partners in the room are committed to doing, and we'll talk more about that in a minute as well. So all of this data that we talk about is public information. That is stuff you can find online. PHMSA themselves has this information. So did want to put that link. That's not something we try to hide. What we do is we can learn from incidents that take place, and we do that as we build these new pipelines. So wanted to put that up there. This is public data to be able to verify what we're saying. There was a report that the U.S. Department of Energy had done by a third party where they determined that the risks associated with CO2 pipelines are significantly less than those of other pipeline types. And that report is titled CO2 Pipeline Risk Assessment in Comparison for the Mid-Continent United States. And that was posted in the International Journal of Greenhouse Gas Control. Again, this is all public information, all things you guys can look up if you so choose to. And then the last slide I will talk about would be the indemnification, right? So we have the safety aspect of this pipeline. We're also working to be good neighbors with the landowners, with the communities that we're building this pipeline across. So there were examples of people showing their insurance and that their insurance will not cover them for a pipeline on their property. Absolutely, because we 100% indemnify the landowner for our pipeline. No landowner will ever be required to have insurance for our pipeline or any incidences that our pipeline has on their property. In the easement that these landowners get, it states that they're completely indemnified for anything and any damages that result from the pipeline, with the only exclusion being gross negligence or willful misconduct, meaning unless you are willfully damaging the pipe and that can be proven, you are completely indemnified for that. So absolutely your insurance is not going to cover that for you, because that is our job to do that, and that is something we take very seriously and make sure we include in our documentation. And so, you know, we're responsible for that CO2 from its capture from the facility all the way to sequestration, and even after the sequestration. We do have monitoring along the line to ensure that it is operating safely. And then again, I just do want to state, we're not just responsible for that pipeline, but for any damages that a release might cause, whether that's us getting out to repair the line across someone's property, or any damages that the CO2 might cause. That is something we are completely responsible for. And the last thing I will say is we really do try to make an effort as we come up to make sure that all of our facts are able to be proven. They're written down. They're things you can find online, third-party data. And I know I appreciate the fact that a lot of individuals today have brought forth letters from their insurance. They're able to show that. I do just caution, there's a lot of misinformation about this project that's been going around. And just one example, there's a sheet that states that, you know, a 24-inch pipeline carries 15 times as much CO2 as an 8-inch pipeline. Just the math, if you look at the area of that, it's 9 times when you do that. And so I would really caution you, as you get those documents, as you look at those things, make sure you can verify that data. We really do try to do a good job at that, and I would just ask the commission to make sure they're verifying the data that they do receive from other parties. So I'll hand it off.
Can I ask you one question? Who does your inspection?
Yeah, so during construction of the project, after the project.
You or a third party?
Third party.
Okay.
You can advance the next slide. Yeah, good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Trevor Jones with Summit Carbon Solutions. I live right here in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I'll hometown you a little bit. Actually, my first ever job out of college was right here with Minnehaha County after I graduated from the University of South Dakota. And that first job, a long, long time ago, was about safety. It was the safety of the citizens of Minnehaha County. That was my first job. And for 3 decades, that's all I've known, is working in the safety realm, keeping the citizens of South Dakota safe. You know, and my last job, and previously I worked in a pipeline, sadly on the, well, not sadly, but just on the other side of the state, in the western side of the state. Now I just moved to the eastern side. But I can tell you, in all the pipeline companies I've ran to, whether it was actually or worked for, or talked with, or met with, or learned from, safety was always their number one concern. And as Aaron points out, that's as well regarding Summit Carbon Solutions. That's our number one concern, is keeping everybody safe, keeping the product in the pipeline. One way we can do that, as you see here from the slide, and I only have 3 slides, so I'll go fast, is your contact with your emergency responders right here in Minnehaha County or throughout our project. We have 18 counties in South Dakota. That's my responsibility, is to work with those responders. Why me? Well, as I mentioned, 30 years of doing public safety. As Scott commented at the beginning, public safety in South Dakota is what I've been doing for 3 decades, 30 plus years. So thankfully, in my time working in South Dakota, whether it's over on the west end or the east end here, I've met a lot of the individuals that'll be responding to this pipeline. I remember as a deputy right here in Minnehaha County, responding to semis that had sadly wrecked and had a hazardous material that was leaking out of them. I also trained derailment. So I know what the first responder is going to go to as he rolls up there and sees the cloud of whatever and trying to determine what are we encountering as we get up there.
So I'm meeting with Jason Gearman, your emergency manager in Minnehaha County, and the fire chiefs throughout here, which I did last fall, I believe, and I imagine I'll do again as the project moves forward. So that's my job, is to meet with those first responders to understand what their concerns are, and also relay information about how the pipeline is built, how it's constructed, and like Aaron talks about, the product contained therein and how we monitor that. You can go to the next slide. One thing real quick, and we talked about a lot of places where our pipeline is, which is the blue line at the bottom there. But as far as I think businesses go, like ourselves, consistency helps from the level of government that we encounter each and every day. Consistency within government. And I'm just curious, and I know I can ask questions, but you won't respond, so I know when I throw this out there, there's no response at the end of it. But as you see all these existing pipelines, the green, remember ours is the blue, and the yellow that go through, and this is just a portion of Minnehaha County. This is a quick snapshot. Clearly Sioux Falls is right in the middle there. You can see T off to the left, and of course Brandon, et cetera, and Harrisburg, right where a lot of the greens actually come together there. But I'm curious if anybody could tell me, what is the county setback number for those pipelines? What did the county, when those pipelines were built, constructed, whenever, whether it's the last decade, 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, what was the county setback number? And that's what we want. We want the same county setback number as they have, which is they don't have one. And so for all of a sudden to change the rules, usually when government does this, when they change the rules, there's a good impetus behind that. I remember when I worked in the pier with the legislator, a good senator over there, Senator Bogue, there'd always be a bill, and it'd be like, well, why are we presenting this bill? What's the impetus behind the bill? What's changed? What's out there? And then the next question usually is, what do other states do? What do they do in those other states? And why do we have to do it here in South Dakota? Why do we have to change the laws of South Dakota? What do those other states do? So I'm curious too, and I know you can't answer this, is like, what do other counties do in South Dakota? Do they have a county setback rule for all the hazardous material pipelines that run through their county? Do other counties have that? I think if you do a little bit of research, the answer is none. None. And so for us to move forward to change the rules, and again, our hazardous material that's running through our pipeline, remember, it's not combustible, doesn't explode, and actually it's utilized to put out fires. CO2 fire extinguishers are going to be in every single firehouse that you run into across the United States. So actually it's used to put out fires. So I would just ask that as you look at this ordinance, determine what you've done in the past and if there's a good reason to change going forward. And I've asked this none of the commissioners that I see here before me, but I've asked, well, why the change now? And the one answer I've got a couple different times is because we think we can. Well, that shouldn't be government. Government shouldn't just do things because they can do it. Hopefully there's an impetus behind it. Remember, as Aaron said, there's already a layer of inspection, right? Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. They oversee our construction monitoring and also the safety going forward as we move the product through the pipe. So there's always a huge layer of regulatory oversight from the federal government that's been in place for over 50 years. And real quick, here in Minnehaha County, and I'm almost finished, 202 miles of hazardous material pipelines run through your county. 202. That doesn't include ours. So 202, and I'll just read you real quick and how good the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration has been doing regarding just your pipelines alone that are in your county. In the past, let's see, if we go back 2000 to 2009, there were 2 reported incidents of pipelines right here in Minnehaha County. Then if we go from 2010 to 2019, or 10 to 19, again, 2 more. 2 incidents alone here in Minnehaha County of that 210 miles of pipeline that you have here. And since 2020 to 2021, 1 reportable incident. So PHMSA is doing a great job because the numbers are what they are. They're minute, minuscule. So to put another layer on top of what already the federal government does, and then remember the state PUC also has to grant us our permit. And there's several factors they consider as well. So this is just this
your ordinance just a new level of red tape, a new level of government that normally would say, well, why are we doing this? And I look forward to the answer. I haven't heard it yet, and then maybe we can have that discussion. So I appreciate the time, and I'll stand by for question, of course.
Kelly Brack, 2812 West Stratton Circle. My question is, why are these pipelines needed? If we have, if the argument of Summit is like, well, we already have all of these other pipelines, why not add some more? I want to ask the question, why would we need more pipelines? Thank you.
Scott Montgomery, Fairview, South Dakota. I'd like to address several of the issues he brought up. 1,000-year rain event. When's the 1,000-year rain event going to happen? Next week, next month, next year? 999 years. That's what caused us OSHA recordable injuries. OSHA isn't involved with the public getting injured, so that's hogwash. I mean, I don't know why we'd have OSHA recordable injuries on the public. He said, for instance, you know, we're not changing, we're changing the rules because this is a different style of pipeline than exists here now. When this leaks, it comes up, it's heavier than air, it's an asphyxiant, it kills people, it kills animals, it kills plants. It takes away, displaces the oxygen. People cannot survive without oxygen. So we ought to change the rules. I mean, certainly we ought to change the rules. This is a different style of pipeline than any of us have ever experienced, and I think it's time we change the rules. And I hope you keep right on going. Thank you.
Dennis Anderson, Valley Springs again. I would take issue with the fact that he said it's not explosive. It is pressurized. Satartia, Mississippi blew a 40-foot crater in the ground.
Dennis Jones, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 4904 South Hitherwood. I've also been involved with quite a few things. One of those things, I ran the poison center at Avera Hospital. And one of the most dangerous things that ever was treated there was the one that got too close to carbon dioxide for killing cattle or sheep and hogs and chickens because they didn't get an air exchange. They have federal rules for that. The other one is being severely burned by dry ice, which is carbon dioxide under high pressure. But why we're here, I don't know. I have this belief in our country. We have a constitution. And that Constitution, the Fifth Amendment says, no private company shall take any private land for their good. And they've tried to change the name to a common carrier. What they are is they're a private carrier. They're not a common carrier. A common carrier is a bus that takes anybody, any place they want to go. A private carrier only carries who they want to take. They've changed the rules on everything. I've been to Pierre. I heard this argument. I tell you, folks, they don't even need this. I've also got a degree in chemistry, and I know a lot about geology and other things. And I tell you, the CO2 level in your homes at Thanksgiving time, with your family all there, probably is over 500 parts per million. Right now, the carbon dioxide in this planet is around 421. We can go another 100,000 years before it ever gets high enough that you would have to worry about it affecting anything. But I tell you, if that pipeline busts, you will be breathing somewhere around 50,000 parts per million, and it will asphyxiate you in a matter of time. That's why there's more incest in finding out what to do and protect yourself. But when somebody comes out and says, I'm gonna put this through your land, and you're gonna sign an easement, and because we got all this, Summit's never even built a pipeline yet. He can tell you all the stuff he wants. I used to inspect, I helped survey this interstate out here, 29, all the way from Madison to the North Dakota border. I did the testing on it, the compactions, the slump tests, all the gravel tests. I know what I'm talking about. They're feeding people because this is a money deal. And they got everybody just falling over for him. And he knows I'm telling the truth. I tell you, the eminent domain business was set up in this country to give the government a chance to reappropriate property for those kind of projects like bridges, waterways, things like that, where all the public was served by it. And they got to participate in it, like driving on our highways and these things here. What they're gonna do is they're gonna build this thing, they're gonna get $4.5 billion for it, and they're gonna ship this junk up to North Dakota and put it in the ground. And in 10 years, their big guy, Jimmy Powell, actually said it the other day, I heard him. When the 10 years are up, they'll probably be gone and sell it. Now, what they're gonna have a line all the way from North Dakota down to Iowa, and they're gonna own a 50-foot strip. And then what's gonna happen? ExxonMobil's coming in, and they're gonna do it, and they're gonna use that stuff for re-enhancement and dry that oil out of the Balkans. All this is a planned deal, and everybody's falling for it. And these safety standards here aren't near enough to protect the people if these lines go close to them. In the middle of the night, if one of these breaks, and they got a shut-off every 20 miles, and one breaks a mile from the shut-off, now you gotta go 40 miles, because all that in between, there's no way of shutting it off. And you won't even know it. It's dangerous, and that's why I'm so upset about this. I've sat here and watched this guy just give you these maps and stuff, and they've never built anything, they don't know anything, they didn't even tell you the truth about what happened in Mississippi. There was over 430 people severely asphyxiated by this. A lot of them had so much asphyxiation, they still got mental damage, and they still haven't settled on half the claims there. He didn't tell you that either, did he? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the commission. Dennis Fikert from Aberdeen, South Dakota. I'm a former county commissioner, and the comment was made here that no counties have setbacks. Brown County tomorrow morning, and we're just headed home. We were in Kansas City visiting grandkids, kind of followed this meeting and thought it'd be kind of interesting to stop and just kind of see how things went. In Spink County, they're currently working on setbacks and ordinance. In McPherson County, they did a moratorium and they're working on setbacks and an ordinance. My guess is that if you watch the news, tomorrow morning, the Brown County Commission will approve a 1,500-foot setback. It's not enough. Should be the Minnesota border, is what it ought to be. And I guess I commend you folks for what you've done and the work that you put in to this ordinance. And I would ask you and plead with you to pass it and move on. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Linda, Montgomery from Fairview, South Dakota. I agree that I would love you to pass this. I'd like to see more setbacks. And I think we have to keep one thing in mind. The only people that are going to benefit from this pipeline is Summit. We won't get anything. We might get a few labor when it's done. They're gone. They are the only ones who are going to benefit from this pipeline.
Okay, is there anyone else?
Good evening, although I think it's darn near morning. Elizabeth Burns Thompson. We haven't lost our sense of humor, at least. Elizabeth Burns Thompson with Navigator CO2, Omaha, Nebraska, although I myself am an Iowan, and a product of a family farm, so enjoyed some of the conversation earlier this evening as it related to livestock. I too grew up on a livestock operation and personally have spent all of my career in production agriculture in some way, shape, or form. Our project is similarly situated in a number of manners to what you've seen walked through via the folks of Summit. We obviously have a different route. We are connecting to different facilities. We have our project in total is 1,300 miles. I believe we have just over 100 miles, 112, 11, something like that, in the state of South Dakota over 5 counties. We are connecting in phase 1 to at least 3 facilities here in the state, so up to the Valero facility in Aurora, and then we have the Chancellor and Hudson Poet facilities over to the west. We do contemplate adding, or have committed to adding the additional Poet facilities in the state as it relates to kind of an expanded footprint. However, what I wanted to do with my time here this evening was one, start also with commending all of you in the work that's been done on this ordinance. I do not want to use my time to say what we can, should, or couldn't do. What I want to rather do is walk through in kind of a line-by-line capacity where our team had questions or concerns about practical implementation of what's been proposed here tonight. And I'll start with, if you kind of just following along page 1, the first whereas clause. We did find it interesting. I think that the fact that the map is still up here on the screen is somewhat indicative. The language that says that pipelines would constitute a new land use. I think it's showcased that over 200 plus miles that are in Minnehaha County right now. This is not a new land use by any means. We've been having pipelines go across this county for decades, if not longer. Rolling right into probably the next thing, right on, let's see here, page 3. So the first application required, number 1, that the applicant shall submit the application to the office within 7 days of filing of our PUC permit. There are a lot of things when you break down the practical implementation of how you go about permitting projects like this. There are a handful of federal permits that we need from the project. There are also state permits, and there are also obviously local permits. Those necessarily generally start at different points in time because we're at different points in terms of understanding what that ultimate route will look like, which is another point that I'll bring up here if we keep rolling into section B there, where it says that one of those items that would be required as part of that application would be the center line of the transmission pipeline. I will tell you, when we start with a PUC application, and honestly, when we start with our outreach to landowners very early on, we start with a corridor. And necessarily so that landowners have the ability to be part of negotiation of ultimately where that center line is. We want latitude in terms of where the ultimate footprint of that project is. When we talk about negotiation isn't just dollars and cents on the value of land or how we fix drain tile. It's also placement of that pipe. And so the determination of that final center line is something that we generally don't know until further on in the process. Keeping rolling down through here, number 4, so a map and list of names and addresses of affected property owners. Again, when we first start that process, we start with a very wide corridor. Additionally, within that, I'd point to pretty much every jurisdiction to date has held that the names and addresses can and should be held confidential. Now, we, as the company, don't think that we should stand in the way. If you, as a landowner, want to tell your neighbors that you got a letter in the mail from us, you should be able to do that. Heck, if you want to share what you negotiate with us from an easement perspective, you absolutely can do that. However, we believe it's very important to protect the confidentiality and, frankly, your protection as a landowner. And so we don't think that necessarily should be put out in the open for everyone to see. However, you should be able to share that if you'd like. This provision would prevent that. Number 5, it talks about the exact placement of pumps, valve sites, and shutoff valves. Those valves, we are getting very close to having those finalized. Again, that's not something that we have finalized when we file the PUC application. That's something that does necessarily come later in the process. So again, looking to something that we will have, it's unlikely that that type of information and a level of specificity that the county would expect at that point would be available 7 days after a PUC application. The next point on there, identifying what is confidential information. I think the language of it is robust there. The piece that we see missing is ultimately who's the determiner in the event that the county it appears that something isn't confidential, and we as the company do feel that it is. If that necessarily then goes into a legal proceeding to make that determination, there's not an ultimate arbiter of who is the determiner ultimately of what is or is not confidential information. Rolling into page number 4. So the separation criteria, the end of that sentence specifically, defining dwelling as something that includes a residential living quarters. When we are routing and doing kind of the initial siting of this long before we've gone out and started to talk to landowners as we, again, doing that initial corridor, we're doing a lot of aerial imagery. So we're basing it based on rooftops. So it is nearly impossible to know whether or not that's what do they call them, shouses now? The people who live in the shop side of it, right? We wouldn't know the difference generally between a building site versus a home. We generally just treat a rooftop as a rooftop, and we set back as far as we can from all of those. I would, rolling into the box there, table 1, as it relates to the separation criteria, the question again about kind of the why or how those were determined, I'd love to be kind of part of the conversation. I haven't seen these particular numbers referenced in any of the other counties to date where we have seen language, and just kind of curious where the county came from in terms of determining of that. And then also, raising a question as to whether or not those numbers are also applicable regardless of the size of pipe. Jason, I don't know if you have, so through Minnehaha County, our project is proposed to be an 8-inch pipeline. You can see that kind of indicated. Jason will kind of pass around what a segment of our pipe roughly looks like. I will warrant that that's a sample just to showcase kind of size and structure. But very distinctly different than my understanding of the size of the pipe that some of the other projects have proposed through this footprint. I also recognize that when we're doing ordinance language, or when you all are doing ordinance language, that you're looking at it not necessarily with one particular project in mind, but rather broadly applicable to all pipelines, both here and moving forward. So just a question for the group. Rolling into D, so right after that, measuring of setback distances to parcel boundaries as opposed to the property usage or the dwelling itself or the building site itself. That's something that is very difficult for us to actually do. And I think some of the conversations earlier this evening about when we were talking setbacks as it relates to some of your CAFO provisions, those were done directly to the site or the dwelling itself, not necessarily the property line associated with that. Let's see here, my next one. The next one there, E, and I'll start with this highlighting. I know there was a gentleman that brought up eminent domain or condemnation. Highlight that again, that is absolutely a tool of last resort, and I don't say that just to have flowery language. It absolutely is that. If you break it down to its application, it does not save us time, money, or make us friends. And you will not find a single business today that is not looking to optimize their time, their financial resources, and to have those that they do business with generally like them in exchange. However, there are instances in which that tool is necessary, unfortunately. So there's some questions from our team's perspective about how that would then apply in the event that you'd have the rare instance in which a waiver was needed on a particular parcel, but it was also necessary to go through the condemnation or eminent domain proceedings, if that would then de facto also provide that waiver as part of the county ordinance. jumping down to G there on that same page, the contact information and things associated with emergency management, we too have kind of initiated a pretty robust outreach strategy specifically on emergency response, really multifaceted. So many of the things that are included in the language here are things that we have already started to do, or are things that come later in the process. Trainings on the components associated with CO2, an in-depth training on what it is associated with our project and the infrastructure itself, because there are no two pipelines that are exactly the same. In fact, we were up here in Sioux Falls doing that initial training with first responders back in very early February. We supplemented that then also with a virtual training here just a couple of weeks ago. So we have been in front of these first responders a number of points already, long before we're to a point of putting pipe in the ground. Moving on to the next page, so page 5, underneath conditional use, some questions about the fee structure. If I'm understanding it correctly, a conditional use permit for anything else in the county would be a $250 charge, but a conditional use permit application for a pipeline would be $25,000. That's a pretty exceptionally large fee, especially if that conditional use permit is on a parcel by parcel basis. Additionally, there's a step 2 of that on a per mile fee associated as well. I'd be curious with the county's background or kind of the rationale behind that, in part because we do also pay an annualized payment to the county. Pipelines are subject to property taxes in this state, so there is an annual payment that we pay into the county and then trickles through the tax levy that supports, again, all the local entities, not just the county, I should say. We anticipate that to be well over $500,000 a year just here in Minnehaha County based on our footprint. And I think with that, that might conclude my technical questions or comments, but I do want to make sure I thank you all for your time, and we'll stay for questions here through the evening as well.
I don't know where it is.
Hello, board. Thank you for your patience and time working on this. My name is Chase Jensen. I live in Brookings. We are glad that this ordinance has come through. Recently, y'all have been the ones working on it and hearing from the companies, from the landowners. It's been over a year that the county commission has been talking about it, looking at it. So we're thrilled that there's been action and some movement on it. I have a few points to make about some comments that have been made here, and then a few points on the ordinance specifically. The first point I make that really just rubbed me the wrong way when one of the representatives mentioned misinformation. I think you all are very intelligent people who can sort through things and weigh that out. I would just make the point, when this presentation started, and your staff, the state's attorney, mentioned specifically that natural gas was being amended so that natural gas is not implicated in this because it has such a higher level of federal preemption. That is A+, absolutely true, needs to happen. I think it's misinformation when representatives and lawyers from the companies have come into counties, and I've heard from representatives in Minnehaha that the explicit statement has been, treat us just like natural gas pipelines. That's misinformation. So we are appreciative that this ordinance rightly identifies your authority to regulate hazardous CO2 pipelines, the differences between what PHMSA says, what the Pipeline Safety Act says, what natural gas is regulated on. The push to be treated like everybody else, when I heard that comment, I'm just staring at this map, and I think it makes the point better than anything else. One of these lines is not like the other. One is blue on the map, the rest are green. In reality, the pipeline project being proposed is entirely different than anything else that's been proposed, that exists, that's underground. I think that this ordinance identifies that. That's why you're bringing these pipelines into code. I wouldn't be surprised to hear in the news soon if one of the companies sues PHMSA for trying to change the rules in the middle of the game with their announced rulemaking process. There are no rules right now, which is why this is so important. I think you're hearing on both sides, the companies just want it all to go away, no fees, no oversight, trust us, we'll do a great job. We're your friendly Midwest neighborhood company. And then on the landowner side, there are also some questions that we have about the setbacks, whether they're enough. It seems that the number was determined sort of on a matrix of how much would make, if it's too high, then pipelines can't get through the county, there's no route, and so the PUC will probably throw the whole ordinance out if they see it as overbearing. The other side of that matrix is what is actually required for this number to mean anything, to do anything. And I think that that burden of proof ought to go to the companies. I think that the number ought to be established based on plume modeling, based on economic development, and of course plume modeling means where is the impact that this would have in the worst case scenario, right? And so how can we mitigate that, make sure our economic development in the future is outside of that zone so that we can establish proper land use zoning. So the burden of proof ought to be on the companies, right? They're proposing a new technology to South Dakota, and they ought to come in with numbers for us rather than hide it and say it can't be public. Otherwise, terrorists might use it, I think is something that was filed in a PUC docket. That information ought to be put forward to y'all and to the county commission if this is passed up to them so that that matrix can actually have some more teeth and not just be basically, what can we do so they can still have a route and the PUC doesn't overthrow it. We don't think that that is quite good enough. We're glad to have the start. Speaking of the setbacks, one point in the Lincoln County ordinances that were proposed that have been going through hearings and committees is that livestock operations were included. And so I was thinking for the operation that just was approved previously, I don't know how close they are to the route, right? But their livestock are not represented in the setback boxes here, and I think that's something that really ought to be, because you could have a tremendous amount of life, albeit if it's not human, that is being subject to risk based upon not being included here. On the point that Ms. Thompson-Burns just made, I think that it is appropriate for the county to request 7 days that the company hand over their proposed plan. I think everybody here is intelligent enough to understand that the plan is going to change, but that you start with a plan and then you change it. And so because there's already the piece in the ordinance as it's written, that they have to give updates on every docket change that happens at the PUC level, that's where those changes will play out. And so it's already built into here that the route may be changing, right? You're just asking for, what the heck are we even talking about? Can you give me something on paper? Where are you thinking the route might be? And it might shift, but you'll know when it shifts, and that will shift the whole conversation. So I don't think there's a problem there. And then the last point I'll say is that we want this to go to the county commission. We want more full dialogue. We want maybe some more amendments, things considered that are coming out in this hearing. This is a very conservative minimum ordinance, speaking in terms of what you are legally allowed to do as a county commission. There are other pieces you could certainly include, and I'm just going to name a few to throw it out there. And I throw this out there not so that we try and scrap an amendment tonight, but to show why we need to move this forward. This is an important conversation, and we need the county commission to continue dialoguing with state's attorneys and preparing we can have the best ordinance possible. One piece, we've mentioned a lot the Satartia, Mississippi, the rupture, the safety aspect, what happened, why did it happen. A piece that's often not discussed is the fact that the company, Denbury, who operated that, within 6 months of the rupture, that sub-company, however that all works, that ran the pipeline, had liquidated assets, declared bankruptcy, and there is nobody to go to for those funds. And so there are people now who there's no aid to get. There's no financial recompense. I don't know if that's right, but It's not there. And so that's a place where intelligent zoning, intelligent ordinances at your level can prepare to make sure that if y'all are going to come do business in our county, in our state, we are going to have everything in place so that not one of us has a dime of liability for all the various situations that could occur, right? In economic development, things related to plume modeling, rupture modeling, in terms of worst case scenario. Is there money to even cover the damages that have happened? Say the pipeline ends, pipeline abandonment, mitigation. What's going to happen to the pipeline? It's stuck on the landowners right now. We could do something about that, right? County emergency plans is another piece. The company has emergency plans that y'all can't touch because PHMSA does it, what their response has to be. PHMSA is not going to tell you what the county emergency plan could be and how much you would want to put a fee on the companies to pay annually to make sure we have ongoing supplies and trainings. We have volunteer departments. They're going to be turning over. We need that ongoing commitment to training. CO2 or oxygen tanks are going to wear out. We're going to need those replaced. There are so many things we could do above and beyond what we have here, but this is like incredible to have as a start for so much time. $25,000 to pay to apply. We've spent that much in probably the first 3 months just trying to get to meetings, taking off work to be present, to be a part of this. We appreciate this here. Ask that you pass it forward. It needs more dialogue, and we need to continue it forward so we can have that dialogue. Thank you for your time.
If I might, I'd like to give you 4 quick things that I forgot to tell you. I wanted to check that pipe. That green coating on there is very protective. But what happens a lot of times in construction and in welding, they scratch that.
Speak into the microphone, sir.
Pardon?
Speak in the microphone.
That green pipe, that's a very good pipe. It's got a green coating on it that was very important to protect that pipe from corrosion. But what happens a lot of times with that, because of the construction and the chains wrapping around them and they lift them and putting them in there, they scratch them. And if you get an inspector, and I've been in that position, that doesn't watch things correctly, you get that kind of pipe with water and carbon dioxide going through it, it forms carbonic acid. And that carbonic acid, if it gets around where it gets any salt or anything like that, it can corrode a pipe like that out in 1 year. So no matter what they tell you about it, it's good, but it can happen. The other thing I wanted to tell you, the 5 top stocks, and you can look this up yourself, the 5 top stocks in the world for carbon sequestering, carbon dioxide sequestration, none of them have yet turned a profit. And some of them are over 20 years. The only way they function is through grants and their country's money. Norway is a big one. And the other thing I want to tell you, because you're commissioners, this green movement is going to cost all of us so much money you can't believe it. When they make gasoline from oil in a refinery, the bottom 30% of that is what we call tack. And they use that there to make asphalt. You know how much of our roads in this country are asphalt? You can look this up on your phone too. 94%. Can you imagine what the cost would be to all the counties and cities in the country if they go completely green and didn't have any gasoline or oil? Yeah, they don't even tell you about this. They push this because they want that money for the CO2. And then the last thing, the taxes that they promise you. 7 years, you'll never see a penny of those taxes. They'll depreciate that all out, and they won't pay any taxes. And then when they're done and they've used all the money up, they're going. This Jimmy Powell, I told you, he basically told a group in North Dakota, when the money's gone, they're gone. And they asked him, who are you going to sell it to? We can sell it to anybody we want to sell it. That's that 50-mile strip or a 50-foot strip of land down. Thank you.
Good evening. R.J. Wright, 48198 267th Street, Brandon. I've had calls into Navigator, and so I'll ask you the question. Can you give us an idea what a plume, what a break in Valley Springs Township on an 8-inch pipe, a hazardous CO2 pipe, worst case scenario, what's that look like? How far does that product possibly move, and could you speak to that?
Madam
I've had calls
Chairman,
in-
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
Go ahead.
you need to ask him to testify to you. It's not a dialogue between people in the audience.
You can ask the question, but you just can't have a dialogue with somebody out there, okay?
Well, so, point taken. I've had calls into Navigator on this question. As a full-time farmer and a volunteer fireman, I'm very concerned about the liability on the plume, what the plume would look like, how far is it going to go, and how much time do we have to get out of the way. And I can't seem to get anywhere with that information, and that troubles me because it would seem to me, common sense would say you probably need that information in order to do what we're trying to set out. And I appreciate what we're trying to pass or the ordinance as written. My concerns are I don't know that it's enough. And a lot of my concerns go back to what's been mentioned, land use, a house 40 acres, zoning, where we'll be in the next 20 to 40 years in the county. And so, my other concern was possible bonding in case of, back to the Mississippi Sateria, where the company files bankruptcy. So that's just some of my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else?
I left my pen here. No, I do have another comment. Currently, China has plants that capture carbon dioxide from...
Microphone, please.
China has plants that capture carbon dioxide from industries, smokestacks, and they turn it into methanol. And they're calling it now CCU, carbon capture and utilization. And so what's going to happen in 10 or 20 or 30 years? This whole thing is going to be obsolete. I would suggest much sooner than that. No pipes involved. No lengthy buried pipelines involved.
Good evening. My name's Brian Jordy, address 2425 South 144th Street, Omaha, Nebraska, home of Navigator. I speak here in a professional capacity on behalf of a client, Orrin Geedy, who is a landowner here in Minnehaha County who would have the proposed hazardous carbon solutions pipeline, Summit Carbon Solutions pipeline going across his land. I'm also a lawyer. I've practiced in this area for over 13 years now, represented thousands of people around the country in matters exactly related to hazardous pipelines, county ordinances. I've drafted plenty of them all over the country, and I first want to commend you on what you have here. Certainly, we could say, well, we'd like a little of this and we'd like a little of that. That never stops, right? But perfect, is the enemy of the good, as they say. And I think you've got a really good, solid start here. And so I want to commend you for that. Now, I need to talk generally about some comments. The lady from Navigator went on over 10 minutes. I'll try not to do that. But I want to talk a little bit generally about what we're doing here. This is about intelligent land use, right? That's what you all are concerned about. That's your duty and role as planning and zoning. How do we want, when we take a comprehensive look, we look at the future land use, we look at the undeniable fact that Sioux Falls and surrounding areas are growing, they're climbing the ranks in great places to live, raise a family, something you should be very proud of. How do we protect that growth and economic development? Not only what we currently have, all of the people behind you, the taxpayers, landowners, voters of this community, but how do you protect the future? Because what they're proposing, each of these companies, and there'll be more and more and more coming, but what the two current ones are proposing are forever permanent easements. So they're proposing to lay miles and miles of projects that they have never done before in the history of this world at this scale, and they want to lay miles and miles of it forever to be under the ground of this county. And so when you think of an infrastructure that is proposed to be forever, you need to take a forever view sitting in your chairs. And so when the comment is made, well, we can't change the rules, we'll take that to the logical conclusion. That means the first law ever made would have never been changed. Why would we ever change the rules? Just have one law for the whole world. Why would we ever change anything? Why do we have elected officials? Why do people meet in Pierre every year, where a lot of their lobbyists who talk today are busy running around trying to get laws passed that benefit them? But why would we change the rules in the middle of the game? The reason why you adopt intelligent land use parameters is because situation scenarios change. Cities grow, opportunities present themselves, new, never done before infrastructure at this scale, hazardous pipelines are proposed. We need to be able to weave and bob. And if you have a good start here in taking common sense, thoughtful approach to protecting intelligent land use and the orderly development of your community. That's what this is about. Now, sure, we can talk about safety, and I need to just briefly touch on that. Safety standards, okay, how a pipeline is built, the thickness of the pipe, the number of welds, those kind of things are preempted. The fancy, scary word. Those are preempted by the federal government. So you're not in this ordinance telling them how they can build it, how they should weld it, how many bolts are needed, how long is each length of pipe. So you're not even crossing into that smartly into the safety standard realm, because that is regulated by PHMSA. You can imagine an interstate pipeline crossing multiple states. You don't want to have one state say you can make the pipeline out of wood, the next state out of metal, the next state out of carbon fiber. You need to have safety standards in terms of construction. So when we think of what is preempted, that's like the building code. Wherever you build this, if you decide to build it, this is how it's built. But when we look at what you can do vis-a-vis safety and safety considerations, the federal government does not have any role in siting or locating or setbacks. That is 100% what? Local control. Something I hope we can all get behind, local control. And so we support your efforts at some local control to do what you are charged to do, to think of reasonable and thoughtful, intelligent land use parameters when projects, new projects like this present themselves, whatever they may be. Now, a comment on the setbacks, the 750 foot for residences, dwellings, occupied dwellings, obviously that's a good start, and I'm not going to try to tear that down, because we do think this should have a due pass and should go up to the county board for their thoughtful analysis. I would suggest if anything was thought to be changed, and I'm not saying you should, but that might be a place to think about increasing that a bit. When you look at one of your ordinances, which is 12.02 C2, that deals with the height of wind turbines. So when you look at wind turbines, you've got a 3x height setback for your wind turbines from an occupied structure. Well, some wind turbines are as tall as 586 feet, pushing 600 feet. That would be 1,800 feet for a wind turbine. Now, the average side is closer to 300 foot tall times 3. Your setback would be 900 foot. So as we're trying to figure out what's an appropriate setback, a wind turbine, we can all look at, we can see it. It's above the surface. It can't fall 100 different ways at once. It'll fall one way, and that would be bad. That would be a problem, I agree. Unlike the permanent forever proposed hazardous pipelines that don't have a decommission plan, unlike wind companies. And if there was something catastrophic that would occur, that can go anywhere.
right? So if we're already looking in this county and rationalizing that a wind turbine should be upwards of 1,500 feet, I would certainly at least consider the possibility of maybe increasing that 700 foot. But again, if there's heartburn on that amongst all of you, let's get it passed. There'll be more debate at the county board level, and let's see what they can do there. So, you know, this really isn't directly about the safety concerns. It's about intelligent land use, which is completely within your wheelhouse. Now, a couple more points. You know, yellow cars get in the least number of accidents. Does that mean yellow cars are the safest? Or does that just mean there's less yellow cars? All right, so when they stand up and say CO2 pipelines are less risky, well, that's certainly not true. There's just less miles and there's less incidence of risk. When they get up and say there's been no OSHA reported deaths, fatalities was the word, well, I think a gentleman mentioned, I wanted to put an exclamation point, OSHA reports what? Workplace injuries, not to the people, not to the people living. So what good is that statistic? None at all. And so of the people that have talked, pardon me, that have talked that haven't been landowners, I think only one gentleman said that he wasn't for this. The gentlewoman from Navigator didn't say she wasn't for this. She went through with some suggestions, and that's certainly fine. But as a lawyer, as a litigator, as a trial attorney, as someone that's worked on this the better part of the last 15 years, the ordinance you have right here, in my opinion, would stand up because you didn't wade into safety standards, you've stayed within your purview, and you've got thoughtful analysis on what can be done. Your setbacks are certainly well within reason. I would personally prefer the dwellings to be a little higher, but I'm not going to, stand up here and pound my fist on that one. And I would say it's important to get this passed, get this moving, and take reasonable steps, again, for the intelligent, orderly development of your community. As it's growing, let's think, where would we want forever infrastructure that does carry with it risk that wind towers, turbines do not, communication towers do not? Would we want it very close to occupied structures and dwellings, or is it maybe more intelligent to build in a buffer? Also, none of these companies have any of the state permits. They don't have all the federal permits they need. They don't have the hundreds of local permits across the project. So it's not as if you're changing the rules in the middle of the game. This is the beginning of the game, so to speak. They may not even get approved, but others will come in the future, and it's important to have these intelligent setbacks, intelligent other ordinances in place. I think as wrapping up here, I think the comment was made by the state's attorney or somebody about special permitting versus conditional permitting. And I'm not trying to engage in a conversation, but it might be helpful to have just a little more dialogue on that, because as I ran through the ordinance, I didn't see the special permit language, and the only reference to conditional use was in the 24.05. And I would suggest if what you're thinking is you'd go to a special permit, which basically takes away some of the leeway and kind of takes away the voice of the people to appear on a conditional use permit, I would just suggest that you consider the permitting in here being conditional use so that, again, the public can speak and be heard on what is a very important public process. So at the end of the day, let's protect the existing tax base. Let's put these pipelines in places that are intelligent. Let's protect the investment that we already have and the people that are here, and not do anything to stop the growth of this great community. So with that, we respectfully request that you do pass this ordinance, and let's move it on to the county board. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay, if there's no one else, I think we'll move on. Commissioners?
Well, Madam Chair, I'll let my colleagues know that I get another bite at the apple here. So you guys are the real special ones here tonight. And I'd also note we got to go 19 more minutes so we can make this a 2-day meeting. So I'm the only elected politician here, so I got a filibuster, don't I? So Well, I can maybe kick us off with some comments to kind of frame the discussion a little bit. I'm really genuinely interested in what you all had to say, because if we do push a version of this through tonight, then we're looking at, I think, May 23rd to take it up as a Board of County Commissioners, and I think it's going to take some more dialogue here. I really appreciate staff's work on this. I think in some ways it's been months, if not years, in the making of all of these fine people that come out and give public comment. I've been just on the Board of Commissioners for a few months, so trying to get this into a form that's workable is very challenging. And that's what I was going to kind of frame up some of the discussion of my own frustrations with some of the process here, just this as a project, trying to get to yes. I'm not on one side or the other trying to kill a pipeline project or not want to pass any regulation. I think that's maybe a bit of a false choice. But I think it's important, kind of the civics lesson 101 here. We are the Board of Planning and Zoning, and we need to know our role. And even the Board of County Commissioners doesn't have much more jurisdiction than we have sitting here today. So we have to know our role, and I think that's an important civics lesson of federal. We've talked about preemption. So the federal government has a lot of the safety issues here. So a lot of what was discussed tonight is safety, and I am definitely concerned about safety. I'll have a little bit more to say about that. But I think that is largely the role of the federal government. Then when we talk about the state government, that's things like eminent domain. I think some liability tort reform issues. I would go to the state legislature on that. PUC, their regulations on the pipeline itself. So you take a lot of issues off the board, and this, for better or for worse, gets much simpler for us. I think it really is, our role is very narrow as a county, as a planning and zoning commission. So I think I'd really like to, as if and when this goes forward, I'd like a little more dialogue on, and the public input to be more pointed to what our role is. Help us, if you want us to get to yes, if you want us to vote yes on something substantive, if you want something that's workable for the pipelines, and if you want something that protects landowners' interests, help us get to yes with the constructive feedback we need to make item by item. At the end of the day, you got to put words on paper, and you got to redline this further and make some amendments. So that's kind of my overarching view of the evening. Is it's a lot of two ships passing in the night. There's the why would you need a pipeline ever in the world? Existential angst. Why would you ever need a regulation in the world? Existential angst. So obviously the truth is more somewhere in the middle, and trying to bridge these two ships that are passing in the night, not really talking to one another. That's where I'd bring up the one safety concern I think that we learned from the Satarsha element of public awareness, people just understanding the project, people understanding what is going on, understanding the roles of government, who responds to what, who regulates what. So I think we have to be clear and stay in our lane, stay in our role. That is probably the best public safety and public service we could do, is to keep this pretty tight, stay very focused on what we can regulate. And my 6 colleagues here have more experience than I do. Staff has more experience than I do on true land use regulation. What are suitable uses of land? What should be a buffer zone? What is future economic growth, economic development going in for this infrastructure? So I appreciated, I'd kind of highlight I'm a recovering lawyer, so I have to say my oral advocates of the night, Ms. Thompson Burns going line item by line item for me, that was helpful. Mr. Jensen, very thoughtful responses. We've had some really good constructive conversations. So if I'm kind of sitting in the middle on an issue and I'm trying to get to yes, I'm a deal maker. I try to bring people together, try to find a compromise. I'm kind of finding that can make enemies on both sides, but we're trying to be constructive and bring people together. And so those that are just want the setbacks to be infinity, I'm probably not going to respond well to that. For those that don't think the counties have any role to play, I think that fails the civics lesson that we do have some role to play, but we have to be narrowly focused on it. So that's kind of my soapbox. I have a few other points here, but I kind of want to reserve some time for my colleagues, but that was just kind of my thoughts on the evening.
I guess, Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
I guess I'd start again by saying thank you to staff and the state's attorney for helping put this together. I know put a lot of time, a lot of thought into this. We kind of sit here and argue about what our role is, and I think at the end of the day, the simplest way to say it is what's appropriate land use. And I think this document does a real nice job of staying within our lane, so to speak. And with that said, too, I also look at the setbacks and think that, yeah, could they be greater, could they be less? There's probably arguments for both. But I think this is a great starting point for us. I think that, we have to have somewhere to start the dialogue. And I think that, again, these are just a start. Please do come back and voice your opinion again. So I guess with that said, I don't know what the next step for us, Scott, if you need a motion for us to move this forward, or what you're looking for.
Public hearing, so once you're done with your... It is a public hearing, so once you're done with your discussion, then you have a number of options. I mean, you could make a motion to approve it, deny it, amend it. You can start, if you want to have discussion on if there's things you want to change, you can. But you are correct. As the chairperson read out, you're making a recommendation to the county commission, which that public hearing would be May 23rd at 9 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further comments? Go ahead.
I also want to say thank you to the people who've worked so hard on this. And I think this is a good example of staying in our lane. It focuses on appropriate land use. Could the setbacks be greater? Maybe. Could the setbacks be less? I mean, I think this is a good starting point. I plan to vote in favor of this unless I hear compelling argument from my colleagues that would incline me in a different direction. But I think this is a really good start for getting something going. Thank you to everybody who worked so hard on it.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to say thank you to the staff for all that they've done. Eric, for all the work that you've put in. I know it's been long and many probably stressful hours for you. I think we're going down the right track here. Safety is our number one concern. We don't want anything to happen to anyone over a pipeline. But I'm very pleased with, we can tweak it some, but I think definitely feel that, we're taking the right leadership roles, and I would support this.
I agree. Madam Chair, I agree with the rest of them. I think you gotta do what's right for the citizens of Minnehaha County here. We gotta start here, so I'd be in support of this ordinance tonight.
I'd just like to echo what they've said too. I think we're on the right track. It's a good start. Thanks for everybody for all their help for getting it started anyway. And all the people that showed up for all these meetings too, and give all their input the last, I don't know how many months, what's it been, since January? So.
I guess I just want to commend the staff too. It takes a lot of work to put something like this together. And our state's attorneys had a lot to do with that as well. We're here to do our public service as well, but we also want to, we commend the people that come to our meetings and tell us what their feelings are. Doesn't mean that we're always going to vote the right way that you want us to. But like I said, like all the other commissioners said, this is a start. Doesn't mean that some of the things might not be tweaked along the way, or the county commission may change some things. But, our biggest job here is just to decide land use.
All right. So Madam Chair, you need me to use another 9 minutes then? Is that what you guys? That's what I'm hearing. That's the only message I took from all of that. No, I appreciate all that, and I appreciate the sincerity with just saying that we're on the right track. Because again, as the new guy, some of that it's trial and error. The old saying of how do you get good judgment through experience, and how do you get experience through bad judgment. So sometimes you got to make some mistakes along the way, and I think this is not a perfect document. I guess I would just use a couple minutes before I anticipate, based on the comments, that we'll move this through today. But just to kind of foreshadow for my friends in the audience that will most likely be back on May 23rd to give me some more advice, and my 4 colleagues on the county commission, because I think there will be further amendments here, because I think there's, just to maybe foreshadow maybe 3 or 4 things. On obviously the top line number to the setbacks is very important. I'm hearing from colleagues that you can make an argument for higher or lower, and so I think we'll have that argument at the next level. I would like it to be grounded in something. I think there's arguments on both sides for where do these numbers come from, why these numbers. So trying to have a basis for why we're doing that is important. And then the devil's in the details with this definition on how we measure it. That came up in the CAFO discussion. That's why I asked that question, Scott, was how are we measuring it in other scenarios? Ideally, you'd like to treat apples and apples the same, but is a pipeline a CAFO? So we might not, those might not be completely analogous. We might measure them in different ways, but I think we obviously have to be clear about that, and it has to be workable in some way. Again, I'm not out to create a number that it would be physically impossible to draw a line from point A to point B through the county. We have to, I think that sets us up for the PUC just striking us back down and not staying in our lane correctly, and the PUC imposing that judgment on us. And then I think there's just some aspects, practical aspects of the application process that we just have to think through, and just because it is a moving target with an ongoing PUC application. So I think there's a few moving pieces that we can make this just the administrative implementation thereof. So I think that those were the main items I wanted to cover, and just say that those will be the things that I'll be giving some thought to. But I'll let one of my colleagues on the Planning Commission do the honor here, and we can move this thing forward tonight, or 6 more minutes in the morning if you want to.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve to move this forward as currently drafted.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the revised zoning ordinance. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Any old business?
No old business,
New business?
no new business.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
I gotta go.
Aye. Opposed?
Say bye.
Thank you, everyone.
5 over.